So welcome everyone to day 6. It's an honor to be here. We are in for yin. Day 6, I always think, day 6 pick up sticks. No, day 6 is the fix? Oh, okay, day 6, there's a fix. No, day 6, there's a mix. So day 6. So it's a real honor to be here. It is going to be a mix because we are going to work on what we've done before. Everyone just relax. As long as you can hear my voice, it's all you need. Again, what's the first rule of yin yoga? Be comfortable. Okay, always remember that. If you're doing yin yoga, you have to be comfortable. If you're not comfortable, you can't do yin yoga. What's the second rule? Does someone want to shout it out? Make the uncomfortable. There we go. I know that's a tricky one. You'll forget it. You'll be like, what was it again? It's clever. Just remember, make the uncomfortable comfortable. And then what's the third rule? Once you make the uncomfortable comfortable, what do you have to do? Pretty much, and there's a word for it. It's called relax. And that's it. You got it, Eric. So, be comfortable. That's a prerequisite. That's the body. Right? Make the uncomfortable comfortable, seek the edge, use the breath, and then relax, because that's the place of surrender. So beautiful, everyone. So welcome to day 6. We're in the mix. That's what I'm going to coin it as. We are going to continue to work through our hips, heart, head, consciousness, pattern, but we're going to do it today. Me and Kent spoke about it, doing it while we practice. So the idea today is doing it while we practice, because although it's 26 postures, not a lot of postures, it is a lot of postures. And so we want to really make sure we go through everything, and then we'll take our break, and then we'll be able to focus on specific things for each of you, working specifically on some points of interest. We'll put it that way. All right, crew? So it's a blessing to have everyone here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We have my friend Aaron in the room, best friend from California. He's in the corner over here. If you don't know him yet, you will. He's a super cool dude, living with me and Paola. So it's an honor to have him here today. And I got Kelly, and I got Kent, and I have all of you. So let's begin today's practice. So today is going to be a little bit different, because today is going to be more about understanding. Now I promise you, I will yin you out in the end. But today I just want you to go with it for the beginning, because this is how you're going to learn. And sometimes you need to learn, you'll be like, oh, why can't we just do it like this today, like we always do? And it's like, we can. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes just to get yourself comfortable, bolster behind your back, just open up. I'm just going to get you into centering. Kelly's going to play bowls, get you all centered. So just relax. I'll give you a full 5 minutes. Let's take a deep breath in through the nose. Exhale long and strong through the mouth. Deep breath in through nose. Long and strong through mouth. Nose. Long and strong through mouth. For 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 3, 2, and 1. Now take your deepest breath in, hold the breath, feel the breath, 1 minute on the clock. Hold the breath, feel the breath, 1 minute on the clock. This is our mindful minute. Stretch your arms open like wings, your fingers like feathers. By doing this, your body doesn't know the difference whether winning gold at the Olympics or you're here with us here in Yin program. When you outstretch your arms, outstretch your legs, Anandamine, bliss, flows through your system. You're in a state of full surrender, letting go, feeling that beautiful energetic flow. 30 more seconds as you relax and as you release into this moment. Let everything ground so that everything can grow. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, exhale, sigh it out. Good, yogis. Deep breath in. And exhale, sigh it out. Try and really feel it. Deep breath in. Last one. Beautiful. Deep breath in through nose. Long and strong through mouth. Flip it and reverse it in through mouth. Long and strong through nose. In through nose. Long and strong through mouth. In through mouth. Long and strong through nose. Relaxing, releasing, in through nose. Long and strong through mouth. In through mouth. Long and strong through nose. In through nose. Long and strong through mouth. In through mouth. Long and strong through nose. Two more minutes. In through nose. Long and strong through mouth. In through mouth. Long and strong through nose. In through nose. Long and strong through mouth. Through mouth. Long and strong through nose. In through nose. Long and strong through mouth. In through mouth. Long and strong through nose. In through nose. Long and strong through mouth. Letting it all go, all flow in through mouth. Out through nose. Last round, yogis. Deepest breath in through nose. Long and strong through mouth. In through mouth. Long and strong through nose. When you're ready, yogis, deepest breath in. Hold the breath, feel the breath. You're here for 3 minutes. Now remember, you don't have to hold for all 3 minutes. I want you to connect with your spine. Your spine has 3 parts: hips, heart, head. The spine is why we embody poses. If it was just about the mind, we wouldn't need the spine. We'd just focus on the brain. But we need the stem. Stem's important. And the stem, as we've made it as simple, because simple is complicated understood. There's the hips, there's the heart, and there's the head. There's 3 parts. And these 3 parts in yoga philosophy follow what we call the granthis, which are psychic knots. This is a new term for many of you, but these 3 granthis follow the complexity, not just of the skeletons, but the chakra systems. And these knots need to be untied. And as you continue to hold the breath, you're now approaching close to 1.5 minutes. Remember, you can exhale at any point. When you're ready to let go, just let go, and just feel that flow of energy, nice natural breathing. Again, you don't have to do anything, just let everything harmonize. And so in this consciousness of the spine, we're always seeking alignment. So yoga is like brushing the internal. So we brush the external bones, which are our teeth. Our teeth are our external bones. Yoga, the postures are about internally brushing. And just as common sense it is if we brush our teeth once a day, we may have fresh breath throughout the day. Just like doing yoga once a day, we may have a clean body throughout the day. Good yogis, for those still holding, you're doing great. You're reaching 2:30. 30 more seconds to go. And just remember, the beginning of the journey, first to get to the present, you have to become liberated. You cannot enter the present moment unless you're liberated, which means free. You cannot be present unless you're free. It doesn't exist. Even if you think you are, you're not. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, sayadaw. Let's turn that into an ujjayi. Deep breath in. Open mouth, solar ujjayi. Deep breath in. Freeing yourselves, whatever we want to free ourselves of. Don't wait for me. Don't wait for anyone in the room. Just keep rolling. Out, 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 out. As we start to center our practice. As you breathe, ujjayi. Releasing that tension in the back of the throat. Like blowing smoke on a mirror or fog, or warming up your hands. It's about heat. You're generating heat. You're cleansing through the impurities. You're increasing your tapas, your internal fire. As you let it roll through you. Sounding breath. Now let's take that sound behind closed lips, continue it with an exhale through the nose, but it's the same breath. Start to channel it. Start to regulate it. Noticing the difference when we open our mouth, when we close our mouth. When we exhale through the nose or we exhale through the mouth. As I've said many times before, when we exhale through our nose, we're more regulating. When we exhale through our mouth, we're more releasing. Now you feel the regulation. You can control this warmth. And this is why we call this lunar ujjayi. Solar, lunar. More chill, more still. In the back of your throat, behind you. Just feeling that energy as you settle into it. Feeling that beautiful lunar ujjayi almost becomes softer and softer. You're starting to find a center, a balance. This is the nature of yin, right? You are evoking, you are cultivating the spirit of yin, which is grounding. Now you can see that on a physical level, but that's why we're not doing anything other than the consciousness of the breath. Because we're taking the spirit on a journey. We're taking the self on an adventure. And the adventure we're taking it on is through yin. And so what is yin? Right? It's grounded. Yin is what is grounded. And so from this place of grounding, I'd like you to place your hands on your heart center. Because when we're grounded, we can grow. You're all about to grow in this practice, but before you do, what's the gift? It's the intention. Today you're going to learn a lot. You might not realize all that we've been doing, but it's all building up. And you're taking it in, informing. So whatever your intention is, remember it's part of the information. Set the intention. I am this. I am this. Whatever this is to you. And just say that a few times to yourself silently, in the stillness, in the silence, and in the spaciousness. Because this is the gift. And whatever gives, so when you give, where we fail is because we have an expectation, right? Or there's something that will come of it. This is not yin. What we are learning altogether is that whatever gives must surrender. True charity, real altruism. Some would say it doesn't exist. It's an energy. Because when you give from your heart, you give from this place of infinite abundance, unconditionality, then there is nothing that you need back, because nothing was taken. You see? And because nothing was taken, there's no expectation. There's no return. And so the only thing to do then is surrender. Surrender to whatever this gift is going to bring. And why surrender? Because surrender is the only thing we choose to do that chooses to not do things. So it's the choice to no longer make choices. I surrender. When you really surrender, you choose not to choose. And that's the choice. So whatever comes, comes. That's the power of yin. It's the power of this practice. It's the consciousness. So from this grounded place, start to rock your head side to side, open up your arms, twinkle your fingers like stars. Feeling nice and grounded. We're gonna grow up, and you're gonna come and meet me in a forward fold position. I know that seems like a lot to ask of all of you, but that's where we have to start, because this will seed into your mind. Very important lesson. So you're gonna come up, just start just standing up on the mat, just nice and easy. We'll just go nice and easy into our figure fours. Infinite loops. Just shift away from our heels to our toes, toes to the heels, outside edge. Let your arms relax. Again, feel your hips, feel your heart, feel your head. There's 3 parts we got to unlock today. That's why there's tension in the body. That's why we're sore. That's why we're going to do the work we're going to do. So today's class is about really understanding on a practical level how to initiate your practice wherever you go. One of the things that I've been really, really good at, and Kelly as my witness, and Paula, is that my students, when they leave this program, know how to teach yin. Because the true teaching of yin doesn't come from that Bernie Clark book. It doesn't come from anyone. It doesn't even come from me. But it does come from me today, because the true teaching of yin is teaching what's within to who's in front in the present moment. So you can plan, you can prep, you can do all these things. But to actually enter the present moment with yourself or with another, teaching yourself or teaching another, you need the power of yin by your side. So that's what we're going to be discussing today. Me and Kent are going to go kind of on a back and forth through the postures with you. When we do a one side, do 3 minutes, 3 minutes. And when we do like a full posture, one that's not asymmetrical. It's just what it is. And we might hold that one for 5 to 10 somewhere, okay? But we'll try and keep our left and right ones to 3 minutes, okay? There's gonna be a big practice, but I wanna show you how it all starts. So if you remember last time what I said to you, yin, the most yang yin posture is dangle. It's the only yin posture that happens technically through standing. And so when people ask me, well, when I teach the 200-hour vinyasa, balancing series, that all comes after I teach yin, because yin teaches all the ground stuff, everything on the ground. And so standing technically, the way we're learning it, the way I've exchanged it to you, is this figure 8 thing we've been doing, this is as yin as it gets. Like, this is all you need. You just keep doing this over and over again for your standing series. This is it. More than this, we can discuss, that will move us into the yang. But for our yin practice, this is already too much. So when you start your yin series, I want you to start with thinking of a weeping willow. Okay, have it in your mind, a weeping willow tree. And I want you to drop your head. I want you to slowly move down, down, down towards the ground. Think of a weeping willow tree. And people always ask me, can I bend my knees? Of course you can bend your knees. Can I touch the ground? Of course you can touch the ground. But I want you to really go into this posture. Not from a yoga student's perspective, not from a teacher's perspective. I want you to come at it from the energy. I want you to feel yourself following the rules. Be comfortable. Seek what is uncomfortable. Cultivate a relationship with it through the breath. And as you cultivate that relationship, you transform the uncomfortable into the comfortable. Relax. Relax. So this is our dangle. This will be our first yin posture. I'm going to be here for 5 minutes. I'm going to pass it over to Kent to talk a little bit about the anatomy and the posture. Just some yin sights from him.
So if you notice, especially if you're still moving, you can grant yourself a lot of space with the relationship to bent knees, to straight knees. Maybe it's different left to right. But the idea of what we're riding here is our hamstring, the muscle traveling up the back of the leg. And it's going to set the tone for what's possible up that chain. So it gains its sort of rooted tension through the calf muscles and the heel. You've heard of the Achilles, plantar fascia, that's what's rooting you. But when we bend the knees, it's our first invitation to create slack. When you do that, you might notice you can drop a little bit further forward in your hang. Your chest gets closer to your thighs. A really good representation of this is just the gapping that you might be feeling at the back of your spine is being allowed because of the slack at the back of the knee. And then if you lengthen those knees, that might disappear a bit. Or you may have actually gotten a little bit more space, because your nervous system is ultimately trying to relay information of stress from one structure up the chain to the next. So if we can take the hamstrings into a more passive, relaxed state, the lower back and everything that crosses the hips, from the hamstrings to the glutes to the connective tissue leading into the paraspinals of your spine, are now able to receive more of the benefit of what are we doing here? Allowing our upper body to fall towards the force of gravity. As you breathe through that shape, the more depth you find, the easier it is for your body to let your spine and the muscles that flank it relax and get heavier. So let the movement, the billowing of your rib cage opening and falling, allow for one section to drop lower and lower and lower. The more you can let gravity do its thing for the upper part of your body, maybe you can start achieving a little bit more pull through, like we did before, lengthening through the back of the knee. You don't have to, but it's a way of discovering where that boundary is, as Alex was discussing. always trying to challenge where that might be coming from. And there's nothing wrong with being completely lax in the back of the knee to experience something higher up the chain in the relationship of the vertebrae gapping and opening from the posterior, so the back side, exposing and nourishing that space, causing also the alternative, the gentle compression to the front side of the spine, which will always be able to offload when we come out of this. You'll notice that most of the time there's a counter pose or a sequence of movement, maybe it's cat-cow, that will help flush that through. But in this case, just let your nervous system interpret the weight of your upper body as it yanks the connective tissue, the nerves, and ultimately the muscular tissue for a longer interpretation of pull.
Beautiful. And as we relax, release, relax your head, relax your shoulders, let everything fold forward. Transfer the weight from your toes to your heels. And remember, you learn from your experience. And your experience is what's going to make you a good teacher. You teach what's within to who's in front. So now that you're taking this experience within yourself, these experiences are going to stay with you. And we've had many experiences, and today is going to be another one of those experiences that will stay with you. You've never started class from dangle. Okay. So now, yogis, as we get to the 5-minute marker, I want you to slowly open up your feet. I want you to settle into your squat. Now, if you have an issue with squatting, you can always sit on the bolster or bolsters. Again, little tiny movements to help you along your way. That's it. Try and just sit down into it. Relax into the feeling. That's it. That's it. Relax into it. Deep breath in, deeper breath out. Good. And as we hold our squat, what's important here is that you realize where we're coming from. So we're coming from the height of yin that will become yang. So we started with standing. Standing is where I say it's kind of, that's where the point where yin and yang meet. Because you can back off of standing, which is yin, or you can continue onward into standing, and that's yang. So we chose to fold forward, which was very yin of us, dangled, like a weeping willow. And now we're sitting in squat. And so if you think about it, so far what I've been leading you through is a natural transition of the body. Right? You fold forward. Well, what are you going to do next? Right? Well, I'm going to sit back into my hips.
So while you're experiencing this position, you might feel different types of compression through the joints. Our two most loaded joints here are obviously the two knees, taking quite a bit of a deep flexion, where we're causing that pressure to the pad that helps insulate and guide the movement of tracking in our knees. This is really helpful in the long run for flushing out and allowing for fluid in and out of the joint space. But if you were to hang out here for hours, it would eventually become a huge problem. But luckily we got a timer, so you're safe. The thing is, other people might feel the fact that we've externally rotated our hips in order to sink lower into our seat, into the squat. The front of your hip might be quite compressive. And again, we're doing a good job of creating pressure. If you think about even a massage, you cause pressure to basically allow for this concentration of blood into an area, and then that relief of that release of pressure is basically just the fluid exchanging through these spaces. You can always think about it as a way of breathing life, oxygen, energy into joints. But it's one of the reasons why you may not be able to be still in this shape. And it's why the different props are very helpful. They allow you to spend more time in a space without your muscles having to like take charge. But there's nothing wrong with shifting and moving to see what you can handle. The thing that you should always understand about the squat that's really impressive about it and why it has such a long lineage within the anatomical human history is it is one of the longest interpretations of what can happen in your abdominal cavity. Your digestive system is being aided and assisted. Your organs are being nourished by this actual drop of hang of the weight of your pelvis away from the propped up position of your rib cage by your arms, if you're not completely folded forward, obviously. But it's a neat thing that you'll see culturally throughout the human experience. It's something that we should all try to cultivate a little bit more of.
Beautiful, Master Ken. He rode us all the way to the final minute. We got one more minute left. And the beauty, as I've said to you, to be a great yin yoga teacher is to be a really, really good storyteller. So if you were listening to what he was saying, time started to shift differently. If you weren't listening to what he was saying, you couldn't keep that focus, it's because it's going on the internals. And that's okay too. But there's a subtle art of distraction, which we call the teachings, and letting them be your focus, bringing some relief. So the first thing I'm going to say to you is there's two obvious ways to come in and out of this posture. So I just want you to feel it. And just show of hands, who feels they would be more comfortable moving forward and who feels they'd be more comfortable going back? Moving forward, people, feels more comfortable going forward. Yeah? Who feels more comfortable going backward? Okay? Cool. Okay, so we're not going to be doing either. Okay, we're going to come right up into a dangle. Relax. I want you to feel that. Okay. I want you to feel that. Just move it out. Feel. Stretch it out. Good. And for some of you, you can start to walk it out into a downward dog. Triangulating it.
Of that joint compression, having that freedom to transition through movement allows for that energy to now be released in an expression of need. And if you listen to your body, it'll often take you exactly where you need to go. When directing other people, you can often rely on them to take care of themselves, but just know that you want to remember your base root of what we talked about just briefly through snippets throughout this course about the anatomical opposites. So if something's in flexion, it often wants to experience extension.
Yes.
We have the beauty of that in downward dog, for instance, in the knees. They're getting the exact opposite line of pull, just like you would in that dangle from the squat position. The hips here, though, are still in flexion, but you have unlocked your upper body weight, so now you can actually play with a little bit more quality of movement and control as you figure that out.
Good, crew, and you can drop your knees now. Well done. We've got them on all fours. I'd like us to go into our cat-cow sequence, stretching it through. Breathing and being. All right, feel the energy as you move through your cat-cow. Again, what's cat, what's cow? Well, that's just what Ken said. It's flexion and extension. We're given cute little names. All right, so one goes into extension, that's the back bend, and one goes into flexion, that's the forward fold. And again, why does this feel good? Well, you framed your spine, basically you're basically doing a free-floating spinal adjustment, because your spine is able to move freely through space because your skeleton is supporting it. So as you drop the hips, as you relax the head, it's almost as if you were swimming in water. It's allowing that space, energy to move through this plane.
So it's really important to understand the intention of where this sort of free flow of movement can come from, where you might want to direct yourself, if not others. If you want your lower back to be expressive, it's really just about that root of the tail shifting in either direction, going from that anterior tilt in your cow to that posterior drawn in tail between the legs cat. You can take that direction through every part of your spine just with how you focus the intention, whether the weight is in the knees or in the hands more. Something that I'll ask you to kind of explore is what happens if you plant through your palms and pull the mat apart. Can you get deeper into that upper part of your back as it rounds through flexion and arches through the extension? When we pull the shoulder blades away from the midline, we expose the potential for movement within that upper third of the spine. And of course, the head can be a continuation of that rippling effort.
Beautiful yogis. So now that we've felt this movement for some time, the journey now is to get to the ground. So we're going to get nice and grounded. So for our next movement, we're just going to lay down our hips down, our heart, and then we're going to push our head to the side, open up our arms, and just ground ourselves on the floor. Right ear, left ear. And this is a beautiful way if you ever feel overwhelmed energetically, you feel like you're going through a lot, you're taking in a lot, you're taking on a lot. It's one of the best things you can do for your physiology and your psychology. Just getting everything grounded down into the ground. Right? The earth is a drainage point. The sky is a drainage point. Release. It'll take it back. But you gotta know what you're doing in order to release it. Right? Like saying please and thank you. You have to know how to say that to people like. So as we ground here on the ground, just little tiny movements, feel. In a prone position. Just lying down. And let's change our head to the other side. A little bit of a break. Just lying flat down onto the ground.
So as a note towards transition, the idea of being able to let something that you've just worked find a position of ease to offload the effort or the stress that was applied. We had just created tug and pull through the posterior chain, the back side of the body with our last two positions. Now we are extending while being supported. The nervous system does not need to operate in order for the fulfillment of continuity of neutral extension through the back body is achieved. This is really helpful for integration, and it's very informative for allowing people, if you might notice as you wiggle around, some of the residual of what you may have felt in your forward fold is able to play itself out, ease off, and maybe just sort of dissipate into the background of your postural experience, which is nothing because you're lying down. Be thankful.
Beautiful yogis, and now that we've felt nice and grounded, place your hands to either side of your mat, just underneath your shoulders, elbows bent, comfortable position. And you're gonna look up at me, leading with the head, lift your head off the ground, lift your hips off, and push back into a child's pose. As you push back into child's pose, rest here for a second. Feel from being totally grounded. In a posture that's very, very good for absorbing everything. Just face plant, flat down, chest to the ground. We're gonna learn how to go from there back up, so we always remember. And then I'm gonna show you how the practice is born of this. So we're gonna come through tabletop. Good. You're gonna curl your toes behind you, push back down dog. From down dog, you're going to walk your feet towards your hands and come into a dangle. Relax your feel. Good, we're gonna sit down in our squat. Take a moment. Good, we're gonna dangle. We're gonna walk those feet back. Downward dog. I'm gonna bring the knees to the ground. You're gonna go into your upward dog. Child's pose. Feel your flow. And then you're gonna walk your hands forward and just let yourself come down. Hips, heart, head, and ground everything. So what you're about to learn is the ultimate way of doing yin. Something you've never experienced here in class. This is a more advanced class. If you really are seeking the energy, this is the way. And so for this next little bit, you're going to see how simple it is to teach a beautiful yin practice to yourself or to someone else. Get all the benefits and really understand what we're doing. Taking the energy from within us and grounding that energy down into the ground. Getting it out of us. Good, yogis, let's come up. And as we come up, bring ourselves back up into a tabletop. Push back into a child's pose. Good, and then when you're ready, take your right hand and replace it with your right foot. Right hand replaced with your right foot. Like a game of Twister. Right? Place both hands to the inside and then start to walk that leg behind you. Okay, for some of you, you'll need to lift the knee a few times to feel. That's it, Eric. Take your time with it. Again, adjust your hands. Remember the first rule. What's the first rule? Got to be comfortable. Okay, Sue, comfortable. Good, Sam, good. All right, so now we're all comfortable, okay? Lift your back knee to show me you're comfortable. You should be able to lift your back knee. That's it. That's it. Do it a few times, Eric. Get comfortable. There you go. Okay? Okay, so this is our position. This is level 1. Level 2, you take the outside forearm down. Level 3, both forearms. Level 4, you can go all the way down. Again, it doesn't matter how deep you go. Again, you don't have to go very deep. Eric, I would stay up. Yeah, you're gonna get way more out of it. Try driving that tailbone down, okay? Ken can talk a little bit about this one anatomically.
There's a lot at stake here for our hips, as one hip in the back is going through an extreme extension. And we talked about the psoas last class, the ability of the body to keep itself upright while this strong muscle is being pulled in the opposite direction can be quite challenging on the lower back. And so if the lower back is tight, then the hip isn't going to go very far back. Most of us are probably cueing into the tension on the inside of the lead leg, the front right leg, where you have your groin, so the adductor group, your hamstrings, all going through a pretty long tug with a bunch of compression in the front. So these two alternative forces are causing a lot of stress at the midline. And if you can stay upright and breathe through that to allow for your pelvis to sink before you transfer your weight forward from one elbow to the next elbow, you'll have an easier time, because as you drop lower to the ground, you're taking all of that stress that you've loaded with the position of the hips deeper and deeper. So it's really safe to allow yourself to be upright or be on blocks in order to allow for what is a very powerful and controlling aspect of your pelvis to regulate, set its tone, become comfortable. And if you're naturally flexible, then you'll just bypass all of that and just drop to the floor, which is fine. Find your edge, see where you can be. But just know that you're always looking to create balance between two extremes here. So what Alex asked us to do, he's actually doing it right now, which is perfect, is when you lifted that back knee, what you did was you forced everything through that hip flexor, not just the quad, but the psoas to engage, associate the engagement with the length being applied at the hip. And then when you go to relax and drop that knee back down, you've afforded yourself more room. So you can always ask permission from your nervous system. Sometimes we just have to sweet talk a situation into allowing for the body to acclimate to what is needed at the moment.
One more minute, yogis. This is known as dragon, or lizard, or low lunge. It's a very powerful posture. Works deep into the groin. We have 30 seconds left. Let's prepare for our Brahmari. It's the honey breathing that sweetens, that heals, energizes. Deep breath in. Exhale, sigh it out. Okay, watch carefully. Toes curl. I push back into down dog. I ground it in down dog. And then I slowly walk my feet up towards my hands for dangle. Relax in your dangle. Good. Find your squat. Engage your squat. Right. Feel. Connect it. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Good. Back up. Walk it back. Good. Knees to the ground. And we're going to replace our left hand with our left foot. That's it. Walk that back leg as far back as you like to. Lift the knee. Stretch and feel. Long and strong, yogis. 3 minutes on the clock. All right? So again, this is where, when Kent was discussing last week, or the week before, about the emotional side of things. Rage. Thoughts and feelings of like, I'm going to kill Alex. I can already hear them in the room. That's why before becoming a yin yoga teacher, Alex also became a black belt, you know, to protect himself from his malicious students' minds, the impure thoughts they would have during these times of struggle. Because Alex too had the same thoughts to his teacher. I'm gonna kill her. How long, is she even looking at the clock? This is 5 minutes? What? Huh? Oh, why? Ouchie, right? This is the story though, right? And you won't get to the story unless you open it up, like open the book. So a lot of people ask, well, I don't want to read the story. The problem is, then it's dead, and stiffness will settle in, and you're just, got one more step closer to the grave. So you either face it, like we said, we're not here to break down, we're not here to break up, we're here to break through. So we either face it, and go through it, no matter how hard it is, how long it takes, how much money we have to spend, whatever it is, we'll do it. Because if there's a will, there's a way. And I would say that the way is the will. Some people even create their own healings. They're the only ones that healed themselves from this thing. And then what works for them doesn't work for anyone else, but it worked for them. So what I'm saying to you now is whatever you're going through, just remember, we're all going through it, same but different. I might have been going through what you went through 15 years ago, but I still went through it. No one doesn't have to go through it. There's always something there in the hip. But I promise you, if you keep cleaning out the junk drawer, if you keep working the hip, right, the extraction, the cleansing is not that hard anymore. You can be like me and just talk through it. Tell a funny story. Okay, one Brahmari to clear, deep breath in. Inhale, exhale side out. Beautiful, curl your toes, push back, find your down dog. When you're ready, walk your feet up towards your hands, dangle. Good, find your squat. Thank you for the standing ovation, everyone. See what's happening, see what's occurring. Back to dangle. Walk it back. Down dog. Knees to the floor. Okay. Hands out in front. Lie down, relax, grounded. Oh. Wiggle out those hips. Just spend a whole minute or two just integrating what we just did. Giving you a chance to experience what we just experienced.
So often you'll find a sensation of a shudder or a tremor when you come to these relaxed positions, maybe on one aspect of your groin more than the other. We just came out of the right side being the one in extension, receiving a lot of the work. But it's really nice to be able to interpret what you feel with those sensory experiences in these positions of rest. As we said before, this is a really good grounding posture for your nervous system to take the edge off of what would be very strong, powerful contributors to your postural and active relationship in your back and your posterior chain. But also in the front of your body, you're receiving the actual pressure of the weight of your body compressed into the ground, allowing you to find a sense of stillness for you to make sense of all of the stress applied from the previous posture.
Beautiful. And with that, yogis, you're going to slowly come back up into a tabletop position. And from your tabletop position, you're going to arch your spine up and down. Warm it up. And feel Again, warm it up, activate it. All right, yogis, and now you're gonna bring your right knee to outside the right wrist and your right foot towards your left hip. So it's like a triangle. Yeah. Getting ready for pigeon pose. We're gonna walk back. Remember, if pigeon's uncomfortable for you, just lean to the side and do deer. Okay. But if you're cool with pigeon, stay up. First minute, we're gonna just move our hip. Now again, the hip does not need to touch the ground, but you can move it toward the ground. Eventually it will get there. That's it. Just breathing and being. Letting it flow. Letting it go. As we move the hip up and down. All right, good yogis. When you're ready, you can come on down, find your sweet spot, wherever that is. And surrender down. Just 2.5 minutes to go. Deep breath in, and deeper breath out. As we unlock those hips.
So there's a lot of similarities between this and our lizard and our dragon pose. But the big difference resides in the fact that we've anchored the knee of the front leg. And we've allowed for a lot of the pressure to come off of the stabilizing joints and structures that would govern the knee and the ankle as they were upright. And now you can just focus on the line of pull as it crosses over the hip into the back. And what this does is it allows you to get to more depth because you are operating from a more secure position. And I'll always stress this, if you can, learn from a position of safety and security, and you'll often get to your root faster than pushing energetically through more active positions or activities. We all have ways of cheating and dominating situations in order to make it work for ourselves in the moment. Be humble, allow yourself to surrender to just gravity, the positional relationship that you've generated here in Pigeon, to see if you can explore a little bit more of the nuance as it stretches the same muscles, applies a lot of the same forces as the position before, but at a much more subtle and enduring rate, which might mean more change. Less can be more.
All right, yogis, and with that, let's do one Brahmari to clear. Deep breath in. Inhale. Exhale, sigh it out. Beautiful. Let's come up. Again, back into our down dog. Curl your toes, press back, ground it. Push back and ground it. Nothing too long or crazy. Then walk your feet forward. Come into a dangle. Good, let's squat. Feel it. See how everything is affecting everything? So what I'm creating here is like a baseline. So I keep returning you back to these same movements as a baseline. But as we go through the postures, through the table, each time we do this, it's going to shift something, it's going to change something. So be mindful. Beautiful, coming back, or as we say, yin-ful. Back to dangle, walk it back. Stretch it through, ground it. Good. Knees down to the floor. And I believe we did the left side first, yes?
Right side first.
We did right side first? Okay. Left side next. Thank you. So left knee to outside left wrist. Same thing, 1 minute just to stay up. It's really important to prime your hip. Again, just take nice and easy, no rush. Feel the energy. Move that hip forward and back, side to side. All right, feel the vibe.
And just a reminder, everyone's being very safe as I look around the room. But you're always trying to make sure that you're not taking disproportionate amount of stress on the joints of the knee and the ankle in this position. Unless you're a real flexible sensation junkie, there's no real reason to flex that foot and get all engaged, unless you really want to get to the sort of like haunch, the base of the hip on the backside for a stretch. But that comes at a cost of placing a lot of pressure on the knee and the ankle. So that point, which you all seem to be doing, which is great, allows you to get into a more comfortable, restful depth without the concern.
Beautiful, and with that, it's taking, again, many teachings. You're hearing them, some of them you're listening, others are going to be remembered, some will be remembered in the future, or maybe shared and exchanged when we do our partner work. But at the end of the day, it's the experience. It's the experience that gives you the credentials to teach. Not a piece of paper, not me saying, I think you'd be great. At the end of the day, it has to do with you. It's not even a confidence thing. It's more as it was taught to me. Teach what's within to who's in front. So if you have something within and you can understand that it's a teaching and you can apply it to yin, being grounded, growing, gifting, surrendering. That's all it takes. Because it's authentic, it's true. It doesn't matter if you screw up your lefts and rights, because that's not the point anyways. The point of this is to take someone on a journey into the energy. So they feel it in their body. You don't have to tell them about it. You just come and experience it like we do each and every week, each and every day. When you're ready, one Brahmari to clear, deep breath in. Inhale, exhale, sigh it out. Beautiful, coming up. Curl your toes, push back, down dog. Yep, you'll feel it. Walk those feet forward when you're ready. Find your dangle. Sit down in your squat. Good, pop back up and dangle. Walk it back. Good, knees to the floor. Walk your hands a little more in front. Hips, heart, head, and ground it. That's it, ground the energy. A minute and a half on this side. Now we'll call it out, a minute and a half on the other side. Just relax. Grounding. What is the purpose of this practice? It's
called yin yoga. You might be asking yourself, why hasn't Alex done this with us? Well, that's why there's a yin yoga class and there's a yin yoga program. To teach this style, which is far more yin in nature, requires a more advanced yin student to understand the energetic, physical, and mental benefits of being able to perhaps bend and twist what you thought were the rules, or you thought was the way. Being able to bend and twist that, but not break that. Still has a structure, still has a format. Good, when you're ready, just switch your head. Let your other head to right. Just let everything ground. Everything go. Deep breath in, deeper breath out. Deep breath out. Deeper breath out. Final minute.
So I've caught a couple people fidgeting through their neck. And just a small little modification detail you can always apply, especially if you see someone else doing it. Everyone's doing a good job of opening their chest, palms towards the floor, which allows for external rotation in the shoulder and the most freedom for the ribs to move, which allows for less stress on the neck. Obviously, we've picked one direction of the head, so this can be quite impactful depending on how much stress you have in that part of your neck at any given day. But if you bend your elbows and you create a cactus, you will actually separate your shoulder blades farther away from the midline. And this can make all the difference for someone who's having a hard time resting with the extreme rotation in the neck. It may not be you today, but it's just something that you can always be mindful of to take the edge off. But when you start pushing your arms out into that extended elbow, you're taking not only the connective tissue and the muscles for a ride, but the nerves. So this places a lot of edge onto what the neck is already receiving. So just a way of modifying, expanding your understanding and knowing that you can create a lot of room for yourself or others.
Beautiful. And with that, yogis, you're going to come into your scorpion tail. You're going to look to the left side of the room. Extend your right arm out. Use your left arm to help you as you lift your left leg and you push it over to the opposite side, getting a contralateral stretch. You can extend the leg. You can also extend the arm up over the head. Again, we're here for 3 minutes. Let's enjoy the journey. Deep breath in. And deeper breath out.
And just a positional reminder about that shoulder, the pinned shoulder on our right. It doesn't have to be in the same position that you just came from. It can be angled down in order to create room, especially for people with tighter chests. It's important to make sure that that can be comfortable so that you can get the benefit of the rotation from, this is the fixed part of the chain, while your hips take your spine through an open expression of rotation.
That's it, yogis, you're doing great. Stay with the feeling. Everything is grounded, grows. Keep working with this grounding energy. close to the earth. Being able to drain out that which doesn't serve us. Let it leak out, let it drain out. Let it be taken, let it be absorbed by the earth.
The image of drainage is quite helpful here because we are taking our abdominal cavity through a rotation, and the one fixed point at the top right quadrant is operating as this line of pull. So as your hip and your ribs open and spread to the left, you're taking all of the visceral relationships that connect the connective tissue from one aspect of an organ to another, or just within the digestive tract itself, for a nice long tug. And this really helps to create the room for what's called perfusion, the movement of blood, and ultimately oxygen and the nourishing aspects of your internal existence through the nitty-gritty of some of the most compressed aspects of the body. It's like pulling taut on an end of a hammock. Instead of all the slack being in the middle when we're in the ideal situation, which could be a squat, if you will. Everything can hang and drain. You're now just allowing for a little bit of compression of pulling on one end, just like we were talking about with the joints under the squat, for instance, in the knee. And with the release after this time spent here, you will be reflushing with new opportunities for blood and oxygen to get into what may have been a more confined space.
All right, yogis, one Brahmari to clear. Deep breath in. Inhale, come up and over. Exhale, side out, relax as you flip on over. Straight away into the other side. Well done, everyone. That's it. Roll over that left shoulder now. As we do, let's be and breathe. Breath in, deeper breath out.
As we experience this extreme rotation from the root now of our right hip moving away from the anchored left shoulder, your deep inhale, you might feel a tug sort of spiral away from that fixed point. And this just kind of illustrates the power of the internal sort of bellows of your diaphragm, your lungs, always challenging and changing the internal environment of your abdomen. And I figured this would be a good time to just understand the intention, maybe some of the anatomical sort of capacity of what that Brahmari practice illustrates and generates for us. Because with that hum, that vibration, we are allowing for any tension that the position or the posture provides to be accentuated and honed with a level of conditioned tone that will quite literally vibrate the cellular and tissue that is being stressed and supported or challenged. So use that Brahmari, that vibration, to elicit more of a change within how you feel as you experience it on this side. And play with it, as it can often feel different and distinct based off of the posture that you apply it.
Beautiful, yogis. 30 more seconds. Remembering that Brahmari literally translates as honeybee breathing. So there was something special. The sukha that overcomes the dukkha, the sweetness, and the labor of that sweetness, the effort that becomes the reward. So let's honey bee breathe. Deep breath in. Inhale. Exhale, side out as you roll back. Oh. Amazing. Push back. Curl your toes. Down dog. Walk your feet slowly forward. Tangle. Sit down into your squat. Bounce it out. And coming back up. Now walk back into your down dog. Good. Knees to the floor. Good. Cross your ankles. Sit back. Good. Come to the front. We're going to take all that energy upside down. Into our inversion. Relax it out. Remember, it's a journey, not a destination. You don't have to get to the floor with the feet. It's something that just occurs over time. And the muscles relax, and the body let goes. Because it's comfortable, and it's not afraid. There's lots to be afraid here. For one thing, your legs are never above your head. Right? That's a sign of danger. And letting that lumbar spine roll out, moving it through, playing with the toes, curling, pointing, stretching through, feeling the energy. We're here for 5 minutes.
So just an obvious observation. This is very similar to the dangle, but we've challenged the same structures, but from a different point of pin. Now our feet are free and they're in their open chain. They get to be more expressive with where you can create lines of pull and influence a challenge to the greater postural chain that is getting stretched beyond the flexion of your hips. Your chest is now kind of the anchored root. Whether you're supporting with your elbows or not, you're just achieving a different opportunity to elongate our postural backdrop.
As you continue, yogis, deep breath in, deeper breath out. As you work with the lines of energy. As you feel the uncomfortable, breath by breath, moment by moment, transform it, cultivate into the moment where the uncomfortable becomes comfortable. Now it's your new comfortable.
So this is just a modification, especially for people who've experienced back issues, which you'll often find is the majority. If you can take your hands and place them on the front of your hips right at the very crease, and see if you can sort of work your elbows directly underneath your hands. You can actually create a little sill for the weight of your pelvis to hang on. And this is just a way for people to have a reference point for understanding what that can be. The traditional yoga position is to have them on the back. I think Alex is doing it now. But that can still require a lot of tensile engagement within the lower back and hips. But there's something interesting about just experiencing what it's like to take some of the edge off and then know that you can safely maneuver your back with the legs still in their free form ability to express lines of pull.
Yogis, we're passing the halfway marker. You're doing great. Stay with the feeling. Stay with the healing.
This is more a form of sort of just observation and housekeeping about who you're practicing with and the condition they might be in. As a very easy inversion, it's something that can often trick people out, is that they can get into this without being conscious of how actually impactful the circulatory release and reversal is on their body. So if someone has issues with their heart, some history of stroke or congested heart failure, or a pattern of angina where there's an irregular heart rate, it can be quite problematic if they're here for long periods of time. So ways of always backing out of that is allow them to just take it easy, keep the knees bent, and they can have their knees into their chest. Just as a way of not losing someone for a stretch of a posture in a class, you can make something that is modified to their needs while still granting the benefit of what you're trying to provide in the sequence.
Beautiful yogis, 30 more seconds. Doing great. Stay with the feeling. Stay with the healing. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Exhale, relax. Beautiful. And just spend 3 minutes exploring your body through the posture. Oopa, felt that one. Just let everything go. Let everything flow. Try not to take it with you. Focus on the feeling. Focus on the healing. Allowing the energy to move through you as we be and breathe. We are in for yin. And this is the gift. All right, yogis. So when you're ready, you're going to bring your knees into your chest. Give yourself a nice squeeze. yourself a nice squeeze. Relax here. I want you to just take 10 deep breaths in and deeper breaths out. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. And 1. Perfect, yogis. And when you're ready, I want you to bring your feet to the floor. I want you to lift your hips and throw that bolster underneath your hips for recline bridge pose. With that bolster under your hips, I want you to relax your knees side to side, open up your arms in a T, just move your body side to side for 10. Breathing side to side. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. And 1. All right, yogis, when you're ready, I want you to let your knees go to the left side, nice and natural, whatever feels good. It can be any way you want. With the bolster underneath there, it's going to change what you do normally. So knees to the left, and then I want you to look to the right. And just be passive, right? For some of you, if you want to pull, again, that's totally fine. I just mean by this posture is I just want you to do what feels right for you. And I want you to do it as effortlessly as possible. And with the pop of the hips, can you feel it in your heart? And you feel your body relaxing through. As you feel your way through 3 minutes here. Just relaxing. Just releasing. Nice and gentle. Down, down, down towards the ground. night, yogis. As you relax, release down towards the ground. All go. All flow. One Brahmari, deep breath in. Inhale. Exhale, sigh it out. When you're ready, let's roll on to the other side. Nice and passive, nice and gentle. Try not to think too much. We're holding this position for another 3 minutes. As we relax, release. Deep breath in. Breath out. Two more minutes. Nice and relaxed. Nice and chill. Nice and still. All right, yogis, when you're ready, one Brahmari to clear, deep breath in. Inhale. Exhale, sigh it out. Beautiful. Coming back through center, knees into chest. Give yourself a nice squeeze with the bolster. Nice tug, nice hug. And just play around here. taking your time, trying to cultivate. It doesn't take much. As you're starting to learn, anything you do within yourself is going to have an effect. So what's within you, what's in front of you, you could say that, you are teaching yourself, you are guruing yourself, you are guiding yourself. So when you do the posture, you choose a posture, that's what's within. And then after the posture, that's the experience of what comes from within to what's in front of you. Now it's in the past, in a way, but really it's still present because you're just departing. As you depart it, that pattern lingers. It's like an afterglow. And so you get to integrate it into your body, creating a new checkpoint or a new standard or a new range of motion, because your body feels comfortable. Yogis, and when you're ready, you can lie out in your reclined supported bridge, or you can spread out the legs, reclined supported wheel, call it. Make sure that bolster's firmly underneath your hips. You can also just place it under your knees if you'd like to just lie flat. We're just going to take some time to unwind. Okay, we're going to be here for 5 minutes. Just enjoy, stretch your arms, stretch your legs, letting everything stretch as you open up. Just let everything relax.
So if you think of this bolster as a fulcrum, a positional anchor that allows you to achieve a line of equal pull in either direction, top and bottom. You can use the position of your arms to exact more of a line of pull through your lower back. You can use the reach of your heels to grant more space through the front of your hips. But whatever you do energetically, always take a moment to pause and drop, sink into the position you just afforded yourself. This is the psoas being exposed. This is the pelvis, the abdomen, held open and vulnerable. And if everything has been done properly, if you've set the tone, if you've allowed yourself to be present and willing and open, you are safe to allow for these things to transform. To Alex's point, to integrate.
One and the same. They're yin and they're yang. So as yin yogis, do not fear the dark. Do not fear associations about the dark. Whatever can be said about the dark can also be said about the light. You just might not have the knowledge of it. Trust me, I've been in this world everything we can give of ourselves to something or something. To surrender completely to another or to another or to ourselves. No expectation, no outcome, no condition, no contract, no rules, no boundaries, no formulation. This is the end of knowledge. This is the beginning of experience. Unless you've been there, unless you've witnessed, seen, experienced it for yourself, you'll never know it. It won't be something you can intellectualize. Be the same as intellectualizing the love you have for the thing you love most in your life. Your child, partner, pet, friend. Trying to intellectualize that to someone. Try and express to them what that meant to you. And if you do, you'll know it always falls short. Experience. That's what the surrendering is. As we surrender deeper and deeper, we're surrendering all aspects of the self. This is how we cultivate a state of meditation. Those who get it, got it. Those who got it, keep getting it. End is the beginning. Beginning is the end. As we end our practice, continue our experience, who is the experiencer? Who is experiencing this vessel, this vehicle? Called the self. Who am I? And then who is asking the question? You answer the question, who am I? And who is asking the question, who am I? There's one who answers and one who asks. If you ask it to yourself, is the person who answers the question the same person who asks the question? Are you the same person on both sides? Self is not one-sided. Self is the story, the storyteller, and the storyteller. The experience, the experiencer. It's the other. You truly experience the self, you actually experience everyone else. Because everyone else is also a part of that same self. Like no difference than a single cell in your body realizing it was this. Continue to experience deeper states of consciousness, action. Let it be ever a reminder that the more time you spend in these spaces, the more time you spend with yourself. This is not your body, this is not your mind. This is what we call the heart. One day, we realize the body will let go, the mind will release, but the heart will go on. I'm not talking about the physical life. And all that beautiful got a few more. Okay, I'll just tell some stories. So, yeah, we're gonna have a great practice today. We're gonna understand how hips, heart, head integrates into this whole idea of yoga. And once you kind of understand this, you're gonna have this kind of light bulb moment like, I always have this thing where my students always wonder, like, you know, where is the whole teaching component coming in? And it's like, it's been coming in from the beginning. It's coming from your experience, right? So the more experience you become, right? Teaching what's within to who's in front. That's what I always try and remind people. It's like, this isn't Pilates. This isn't, you know, again, yoga and martial arts are the only two that really require you to be that thing, right? You can't really teach something that you're not. You know, you can be really good, can't really be book smart and be good at yoga. Good at teaching the experience of yoga. So it's a little bit different. But I've always said it, that it's a cultivation in yourself. And when you have it, when you really understand it for yourself, people sense it from you, you know? And I think all of you and I have had that relationship. Me and Kelly have had that relationship, and Pal have had that relationship. And I think that's where it comes to. It's like, how many people are gonna be in the program? And I was like, right from the beginning, it's like, it's always the same number. It's always like 10 to 12. It's always the same number, give or take. And then sure enough, it was the same. And then they're like, well, we want more than 10. Well, if you want more than 10, then you need to advertise. Because my advertising was to my people. And to my people, these were the people that were taking it at this point, in this part of the journey. And so it's this funny thing about, like, I don't know, like a sell versus like a call. I think all of you were called to this, and it worked. Some of you were like, I don't know, I just felt like the call was there. So I really am, I'm just really happy, really proud. I'm just waiting on Kel, so good energy. Another amazing fun fact, Alex, I don't know if you guys will take this the right way or not, but Alex never prepares for class. That's another super secret of Alex. Never prepares. Even when I have to do a new whole sequence for the month, never prepares. People are like, how do you do this? That's crazy. How do you do that? And you just have to have complete and utter faith in being present, being in the moment. Because when you're in the moment, that's when all the teachings come. That's when the real magic happens. But you have to trust it. And especially, like, the biggest fear is public speaking, right? In front of people. So if you're in front of people and you're trying to be in the moment and, you know, and, you know, they're watching you on camera, it's like there's a lot of things to be variable, but it still doesn't matter. The moment is the moment is the moment. And it's always going to be better if it's in the moment, because there's something about it that makes it so much more real and authentic. And again, the only way for you to experience that is if you took another course simultaneously and were able to experience that course and this course. Again, you would like that course. It's not the same. Very different. And whenever I've had people who've had issues with it, I've always said the same thing to them. That's okay. Like, what do you mean it's okay? It's like, you're allowed to have whatever thoughts you want on this. I teach it this way because this is the way I was taught it. Or this is the way I wasn't taught it. And this is the way that I like to receive it, which is personal, one-to-one, connected, authentic, experiential. You know, don't tell me, I can read a book, I can chat GTP, right? I can watch a movie. Give me the experience so that I can learn this from myself, okay? So we're gonna start that today. All right. So I don't know where Adam's gone, but we'll just begin. Get nice and cozy and comfortable. I'm just gonna do a little lecture and then we'll get into practice. But I just wanna say namaste to everyone. So good to see everyone back from our break. So today's class was awesome because, again, I keep showing you the same kind of centering, right? I change it up a little bit each time, but I keep showing you this kind of consistency with the centering, right? And this consistency with the centering is always the same. Okay, long deep breathing. Why do we long deep breathe? Why am I always encouraging the long exhale? What's the reason for that? Who's gonna get the bonus point? Let's think about that. Kel, do you mind there's a button on the very end of that thing, just shutting that off or just turning it down? There's another button. It's at the very end. Last button, just click the last button. There you go, perfect.
For me, when I'm focusing on the breath, I'm not thinking about anything else.
That's beautiful. So when he's focusing on the breath, so he's taking the breath as object, that's one. Why do I do that? Long and strong exhale.
Regulate?
To regulate? Okay, so yes. No, yes. If I'm relax, release, yes. You're all dancing around it, yes. There it is. And the science of yoga kicks in. Good job, Rebecca. You said the same thing, but specifically, when you do long, long breathing, like that, send it. You are kicking in the system that relaxes you. You will never meet someone who cries who's doing that. You will never meet someone who's angry who's doing that. You will never meet someone who's stressed who's doing that. You can't. It doesn't exist because the emotional state will change. Different system, sympathetic, parasympathetic, okay? So always remember that one in your back pocket. This is why we do that, right? This is why Alex leads with that one. And then if you notice again in the practice day, where did we go from there, right? The long and deep, to what? The hold. Why do we hold the breath? Let's go around the room. Why do we hold the breath? That's okay. Why do you hold the breath? What's your experience?
Well, I don't know how to describe it, but it feels like it moves the energy, like, inside me.
Absolutely.
My brain. I don't know.
Okay, so what Sue's doing is playing it safe, which I love, because I'm the person who says, let it rip, Sue. That's the best answer, gold star. You would have got a 5 out of 5 if you didn't put all the I don't knows and da-da-da-das in there. But this is where, as students, we play it safe. When you've all had this experience 100 times, you're an expert on it. You're in this ALTEA, you are the experts of yin right now. You understand this? Other than the alumni that have, you are now the new experts around town about yin yoga, okay? I'll jump around. I'm gonna get you, Ashley.
For me, when I'm like either holding it in
Yep.
or holding it out, in order to achieve that, I have to kind of like detach from the actual action of doing that.
Yes.
To kind of break past the traditional barrier of taking a breath.
Totally. So there's the voluntary part of yourself that says, I can choose to hold the breath. And then there's the involuntary part of yourself that says, I need to take a breath right now, and you're and that's what we call the threshold, which is basically like your reptilian brain, like, the hind brain, the low, like, the biological survival need for breathing, and realizing, wait a second, I don't need this breath because I'm trying to achieve something else. So I'm gonna try and let it relax. Beautiful answer. Ashley?
It's like almost death, it feels
Yeah.
like, because you're holding your breath for so long that you're either gonna pass out or
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah.
And I feel like when you release that,
Yeah?
it automatically relaxes you, but also, I told you before, it gives you that euphoric feeling.
Yeah.
And I feel like that cleanses, like it really pushes out whatever is stuck inside.
Beautiful. So again, if you were teaching and you gave these answers, you're right, you're right, you're right. See what I mean? How can you all be right? Because they're all coming from your experience. You can't have a wrong experience, right? What you can do is maybe project your experience onto others. So for example, for you, it's, let's say, death, but for someone like him, it's more about controlling the uncontrollable, and for Sue, it's about moving the energy. So if you, like we learn in science we suggest. We don't say this is this and that is that. It's a big misconception of science. Science is just here to suggest, to, a probability. When you really understand what science is, it's about exploring what we know to not be true. But science isn't actually the pursuit of truth. It's just trying to disprove what isn't true to a very high level of probability. It's a very funny thing when you realize what it is. So it's super funny. But this is where I say take confidence in your answers. Because your experiences, you don't have to claim it as it is the experience. You can just claim it as this is my experience. This is my experience with this thing. And all of you are entitled to that. That's what this certification program, that's what spending 40 hours with Alex means. You will have that confidence knowing that, oh, I have permission to express myself with the experiences that I have gathered with Alex, because Alex will tell you, those were some really cool experiences. And like I've said, has there ever been two the same? Every week you come in here, have I ever, oh, I guess that was okay. Always the next loop. Where is it going next? We loop again and we go, you circle in it, right? So thank you for that one. Beautiful. Samantha.
I kind of have the death thought too, but I also have two things. I think I used to think about, like when I was a kid and hold my breath when swimming, like,
Yep.
and we used to have competitions to see how far we go.
Yep.
So there's a bit of that, how long can I hold this for?
Yep.
But then also I'm finding it's more like you shut off the external world, you focus on your breathing, and then when you hold, you can like go inside.
Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful. And that going inside is where I was getting to with the awareness factor. It's like now there's all this space to explore. Because now the action of breathing, creating all this space, it's like, oh, and now the space is created, and now I don't have to do anything but watch the space. Watch what's happening, watch what's going on. It's the coolest show on earth. It's your show. And you know what the value is for you? Everything, because it's your show. It's what's going on for you. You know, they say some of the great yogis could stop their heart. You know, whether that's true or not, I don't know. I've never seen it. I know I can slow down my heart rate. As for stopping the heart, that's a different story. But is it beyond something I could imagine? No. But is it something that I need to get stuck on or want to attain or thing? No. Would I, it's just a thing that it's like, to get that much control over that much inner space, if you spent that much time exploring the inner space, what could be possible? For sure we know healing, right? For sure we know healing. But what else is possible, right? What else is possible when we start taking that journey inside? And that's what I keep cultivating with you all. Beautiful. Andrew.
I'd say probably similar idea of shutting off that wave that we always have of breathe in, breathe out. Lets me at least just kind of get in touch with things in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot more deeper, insular, and the idea of like feeling it out versus like holding your breath,
Yeah.
which is very active.
Yeah.
What I always remember is when you say feel the energy, it's okay. To just like let yourself be, and then
Yeah.
listen.
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Like, that comment's interesting because I think I would hold my breath, but now I'm trying to get to where I'm not I'm not holding it. I'm trying to get to a relaxing,
Yeah.
like that make it comfortable comment
Yeah.
with holding my breath, so I can get past the 2.5-minute mark, which I've never been able to do.
So funny. So if you do it to get past the 2.5-minute mark, you're not going to do it. Okay? So first and foremost, if you're gonna try and break the brick, you're never going to break the brick. You know what I mean? So this is the funny part with it all. like what he said, like when he said it, you can hear his experience in it. He just let go. He's in it, he gets it, he's got it, okay? He gets it, he got it. When I heard your experience, you're there, you're getting there, oh, I can't get past this marker. You gotta let that go.
Yeah.
The moment you let that go, whatever that mechanism is that's keeping track of time, once you let that mechanism go, you'll get there, not even realize you got there, and then you'll be like, and then you'll wanna like acknowledge that you did it, and you won't be able to because you won't remember. You see what I mean? Like, it's like, this is how it should work, where you're just like, it doesn't really matter whether you pass the 2.5 minute marker. It's more just along the lines of, can you get to that state of feeling? And that's where I think I've told some of you the story where like the first time I experienced like meditation in a very deep state in India during my classes. But it was like, no, but it was a real experience for me. It was like all of a sudden, we're up, we finish the practice, Vishwaji gets us up, and, meditation, we're sitting. I've been there for months, every day yoga. And I'm just sitting there, and all of a sudden, I feel this tap on my shoulder. It's like, hey man, I brought you up breakfast. I looked at him, I was like, what? It was a 5-minute meditation at the end of practice. Dude, I went into the meditation. An hour and a half had gone by in the real world, and I'm just sitting there. Whether I was asleep, I'll never know. I have no idea. But you see what I'm saying? And I'm just sitting there. And then all of a sudden, I think it's, again, I can't even tell you what it was for me. It was like, all of a sudden I just felt that shoulder tap. It was like, I brought you breakfast. It was like, what do you mean you brought me? Like I had no idea what had happened. And they're like, you've been sitting here, there's no one in the room, dude. And I was like, oh, there's no one in like, I'm alone in this room. What did just happen right now? And that's when I started to realize like what it was, what it could be, So these kind of experiences kind of lead you to this understanding of like, let go of the striving, let go of the thing, just listen, just keep holding the breath. If you stay at 230 forever, stay at 230 forever. Once you take that challenge off yourself, you're gonna feel amazing. Rebecca. Mm-hmm. Totally. And that's where, we air into lungs, breath into body. We're getting a lot of oxygen, especially with the hold. So there's 2 kumbuks, which is hold. The first one is the one I always teach you, which is the inhale hold. And there's a second one, which you need to know a lot more deeper anatomy and stuff like yoga consciousness. But it's like there's an exhale hold. They're both beautiful. But I find the inhale hold very wonderful and safe and nourishing for the cell and great. The exhale hold is quite powerful, but it can also lead to like very powerful experiences because again, it's more holding the breath out, which means I got no more life left in me, which is holding the breath in is like, and it's kind of like, it's a much more easier release than it is with the exhale. So yeah, thank you for that. Beautiful. Reza. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Very cool. Yeah. So again, I just want to acknowledge everyone is right. Okay? We had all sorts of different answers. Just remember, these are your experiences, right? Your experiences have value, okay? Yoga, a good teacher, a good practice is not based on credentials. It's based off of consciousness and experience. Those credentials can reflect that consciousness and experience, but ultimately, it's about the experience, right? So you have to embody what it is. So if we have our notebooks now, we're going to start to take a few notes. And one of the first notes you want to take, if you have your book or whatever, is to teach what's within to who's in front, right? So that's an important note to make, to write down in your book, to never forget, ever, ever, ever. You know, that's why you love certain teachers over other teachers, because you're feeling what's within them. And a good teacher is capable of doing that each and every time. Take what's within to who's in front. And that's where you start to experience the present. Notice I said you don't take a manual of curriculum. You don't take, you take what's within to who's in front. Because you have gone through the yoga, you're going to give the yoga out. The yoga comes from the moment. And so you can totally prepare for that moment, but you don't really need to prepare for the moment, right? Your presence is enough. You know where to go. And I'm going to start to unlock this with you guys. So last week we talked about hips, heart, head. If I'm teaching what's within to who's in front, everyone has hips, right? Simon says, show me your hips. Or Yogi says, show me your hips, right? Yogi says, show me your heart. Right? Yogi says, show me your head. Right? Okay, cool. Right? So we have hips, heart, head. Right? 3 structural complexities. According to yoga, there's these granthis. These granthis are knots, psychic knots, and they're tied up here. Now, these knots could be complexities. These knots could be because there's vital organs, but whatever it is, it's like these are the 3 areas that need to be untied. So we got to pick it like a knot. Tick, 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 tick. That's why we do all the posing. So hips, heart, head. Notice I never use arms and legs, because it doesn't matter whether if I go my head down or my head back. Yoga is about your spine. Your arms just kind of help you articulate where you want to go. Your legs help you articulate where you want to go. But it's all about the spine. And when you realize that, then you understand how everything moves. In some yoga traditions, they change the name because the toe goes from here to here. And so then now like, oh, you're in this posture, now you're in this posture, now you bent your knee, you're in this posture, you look this way, you're in this posture, and they have a million names. On my end, ridiculous. I always say, and this is not a hard rule, like none of my rules are hard, but I always say the posture should change name when the spine has changed direction. So for example, if I'm in a tabletop position, right, and this is what you learned today, if I'm in a tabletop position and I drop down into child's pose, you might not see it, but my spine changed direction, right? Now it's going into a little bit of extension where maybe here it was neutral. Maybe here it's in extension. Maybe here it's in forward fold. But that's why we call this cow and this cat. So names change, I've always said, because the spine changes. But if you're just using your hand in one of those postures and kind of winging it around, it's still that thing, right? So don't get too worried about names and stuff like that, even through your book. Don't worry if like, oh, I call it this or that. Don't worry about it. This is one thing they're never going to agree on, which is there's no such thing as what it is, okay? Some people believe the sun salutation came from a general who was militarizing India. Other people say it was, like I had 5 different stories about the sun salutation when I was in India. It was hilarious. It was so funny. Where did the sun salutation came from? It's just like one small aspect of yoga, okay? So just remember that. So the first thing is I always say like spinal directions are the reason why, because what's the goal of yoga, right? What's the goal of yoga? The practice into the experience, liberation into realization. What's the goal of yoga? The goal of yoga is to be yoga, not just do it, right? So you take the practice, you're not just practicing yoga, you're being yoga. And to be yoga, you don't do anything. And that's that 7th movement. So what I did to you today was I showed you where those 7th movement lies. You didn't see it, but now I'm going to explain it. So the 7th movement lied when we started at the beginning. Remember? I got everyone on their feet and we were just doing this. This is what I call standing, okay? Standing is a meditation. You can stand for hours. You can zone out. Trust me, I have done it. I have been in this position, what I'm doing right now, for hours. Time has gone by slow and fast, and I'm like, come on, like, they're like, well, Alex, you know, why didn't you have something to do? It's like, well, I put myself in ceremony. They're like, what ceremony? It's like, oh, it's a tobacco circle. You can't drink, you can't eat, you can't do anything. All you can do is sleep, pray, think. That's it. That's all you can do, and you're outside. So when you're awake, what do? Well, one of the things I did was I stood there and I went like this for hours. With the trees and the birds. Because what do you do when you have nothing to do? I'm going to do yoga. What yoga? It's day 4 now. No food, no water. Like, there's no energy to do yoga. There's no need for, like, my body I'm out of my body now, right? It's like there's only just meditation. So what you soon realize is this is why it all leads to these places. So one of the places is standing. So standing is a really beautiful thing because you're not always going to be able to sit and meditate. Okay? You're not always going to have a comfy floor to lie down on. So being able to be equipped to meditate standing up is really important. And the ability of meditation standing up is, you guys know, all I'm doing is elongating. Just elongating my spine. That's all I'm doing. Elongating, elongating. As long as I keep elongating my spine, I'm in meditation. I'm breathing, I'm doing my thing, whatever. I'm just woo, 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 woo. So that's one option. From the meditation, we went into the practice. What did I have you do? We went forward. I said, be like a weeping willow. Relax out. And we did this weeping willow thing. We relaxed out, okay? Because if you think about it, I can't really go down this way. If I'm gonna go to the ground, I have to go this way. Now you could say, well, you could bend your knees and squat, but if you looked at the sequence I showed you, I was showing you how to optimally move. So we're gonna do it a little bit quicker now so it gets into your body, because once you figure this out, you'll understand, oh, that's why they do all these postures, okay? So from here, we go forward. From this forward fold, you stretch, you feel, you bend. Right? You can do all sorts of things here, right? Then we squatted. And then from squatting, remember I said, who wants to go forward? There was half the class. And I was like, who wants to go backward? There was half the class. I was like, great. None of us are going to do that. We're going to go back into forward folds, and we're going to walk back. Now, we could have gone forward, or we could have gone backward, okay? The issue is, because we're not all the same, it was wiser for me to go back to dangle and to bring everyone back this way, because that's a way easier exit strategy than trying to get half the group to go this way and half the group to go this way. So then half the group ends up in tabletop and they're like, ugh. And then the other groups in their back, they're like, right? So you got 2 sets of people who are like, thing, and now you got the lying downers and the, child's posers, and you're like, chaos, right? So that's why we went with this. That's why we went with this. We just walked back into a down dog position, and then from down dog, we took our knees down, and we started to cat cow. And then from our cat cow, we just reached our hands forward, hips, heart, head, and we grounded. How good did this feel every time, right? So this is a very special practice. This is yin. If you're angry, you're upset, try doing this. You'll be amazed what happens to your energy. You'll resist it. You won't even want to do it. You'll be like, that's stupid. Because there's something about our bodies that know it's good for us, and we'll be like, that's dumb. In the moment when you need it, you'll think it's dumb. And it's just to protect yourself from doing it, to protect the state, okay? So for me, why I don't teach this way in yin, it's not that I don't, but it's like, because it's a class, it's like granola, right? I only teach this version of it to the more advanced students. But the idea here is this is way more yin, right? Going onto your back and lying down is one thing. But going onto your belly and opening up to the floor is a whole other thing. There's a whole other level awaiting all of you here. And I'll bring this into a few practices. So the idea from here is, now we're lying down, right? We're in full surrender, okay? So we're in full surrender. Okay, so from here, I can meditate, right? Obviously, I'm not doing anything. So then I go back up. All right, I lift myself up, back into my tabletop. From my tabletop, I curl my toes, push back into my down dog, right? I walk myself forward into my dangle. And from my dangle, I come up into standing. Now, there was no sitting there, right? I wasn't playing too much with sitting today. I was playing more with standing and lying down. And that was where my postures were coming from. Standing, lying down. So when we came back, squat thing, and we pushed into, a step, the lunges, and then we did the pigeon, all that thing, that was all coming from this tabletop position. But you'll notice from tabletop, you curl your toes, you're in down dog, you curl your toes, you walk back, you're in squat. So I'm going to show you all these transitions, but this is just natural ways that your body moves. Once you figure out the natural ways your body moves, you understand why there's postures at each of these points. And if you have a hard time transitioning from lying down to sitting to standing, and we're going to talk about it as a group today, I'm going to pick out exactly what you need. I'll know exactly what you need. You need more lying down, you need more sitting, and you need more standing. Yeah, super awesome. And it's because you can't transition. So if you have a hard time doing this, this is how I'll see it. You can't fake it, okay? So, let's relax. Let's all get on our bellies, face the front of the mat, just like this. Okay? And again, without thinking, I just have eyes on you without thinking. Yeah, that's okay. We're back. So now, what I want you to do from this position is, I want you to think about movement from a sense of less is more, okay? So we are all yinsters. So what is the simplest, what is the smoothest, what is the easiest way for you to go from here into dangle? You have 1 minute. 1 minute, there's no rush. 1 minute's a long time. You just show me yourself. Don't think, just do. You're gonna go into dangle. Don't think, just do. You know dangle. Do it any way you want. There's no right or wrong answer. Good, Rebecca. Yeah, thank you. Okay? Take your time. There's no rush. Okay? Some of you got there quickly, some of you a little slower. Again, there's no rush, there's no competition. Now I want you to go from dangle back to the ground. Okay? Now back to dangle. Very few people did what they went down with what they went up. So now I want you to be super conscious. I want you to go back to the ground, and I want you to repeat how you went to the ground, coming back up. Move for move. That's it. Move for move. All right? Move for move. This is not a test. This is just you doing you. That's okay. You're doing great. Yeah, back up, up, up. Move for move. What did you do? All right, when you come up and dangle, you can come rest up and tell me what you did. Okay, let's go this way. Riza, what did you do?
I was
Yeah. 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 Beautiful. Wonderful. Amazing. Good. Andrew, what did you do?
Well, I did something different the first and second time.
Yeah.
And so think about it, I guess what I kind of settled on was like, come up, to just like push myself up,
Yeah.
you know, legs in, bend over, dangle,
Okay.
and yes. Arms out, legs back.
Yeah. Yep. Lay it out. Okay. So I think for everyone, now that Adam's back too, I think for everyone, I'd like you to go one more time into the experience. Okay. Super mindful. So start with your dangle. Okay. Now, remember, the challenge is you're not Yangsters, you're Yin stars, right? So you're Yinsters. And to be a Yinster means you have to find the simplest route. Not the most complicated, not the most flashy, not the most Instagram worthy. You have to find, not the most attractive, you know what I mean? If you need to find the most optimal way down, and that means the least amount of moves, okay? The least amount of moves. Now, I'm not saying you need to jump back, right, and land on your belly. That would be yang, right? That would be yang. I'm giving you the task. You're all 90 years old, or you're teaching to a 90-year-old, and I want you, as simply as you can, get yourself to lying down, like we just did, flat on the chest. That's it. Don't think, just do. Listen to your body. You've trained with me long enough. And if you felt anything unsafe, or if you felt anything weird, good, good. Now, once you're down on your body, okay, take a deep breath in, exhale side out. Okay, you're lying down. Back to meditation. Oh, wait, we're in yoga practice. The body's starting to get restless again, right? The body's starting to get restless. The mind's starting to wander. Oh, got groceries. I got kids. I got a life I got to lead. I have ambition. We need more yoga. Let's go back to dangle, okay? So show me the most optimal way to get to dangle. Again, not yang, yin. Slow, deep, easy. Sorry, simple, not easy. Good. Make it simple. Yes. Okay. Do you see how hard it is to make something simple? Right? Okay. So what we're going to do now is you can sit up. Okay, so I'm going to do you two. Sue, we're missing one, so we're going to, oh no, we don't. Sam and Sue. Yeah, you two, yeah, perfect. So go with your partner. I want you to create the simplest routine that you possibly can between the two of you. Show what you did, show your partner what you did, and then you're going to show me. Because this is how we learn. And again, it doesn't mean you're going to lose because you did 7 moves instead of 5. That's not the point. Point is how smooth, how chill, how yin. I would rather see it more yin and you did 10 moves than less yin and you did 1 move. And if your partner says that seems kind of crazy, maybe you should listen to them. Let's see if Sue can do it, right? Try and reflect your partner's moves. Maybe your partner has a different way of doing it. Again, there's no right or wrong here. We're just exploring. Good job, Kels. $1 million idea, Kel. 500,000 each. Sure.
But then it goes up, and then you go into downward dog.
Lay yourself up.
And the legs come up, and then you're hanging. And then you're up.
That's optimal.
Yeah?
Beautiful.
Cool.
Yeah. Super cool. Okay.
I have trouble with
I saw yours.
curling my toes
Yeah.
underneath me from pretty much any position
Yeah.
just because I have like weirdly shaped
Yep.
feet.
Yep.
And that's kind of impacts how I do a lot of my transitions. Like when you have your legs crossed, like you did the transition when you came over the top, like I can't do that.
Hold my hands.
Yeah.
Can you do that?
Okay.
Nope.
Sorry, I wasn't watching. Yeah.
There you go.
See,
Go back
I'm
up.
gonna fall
Yeah,
forward.
go back up. Ah, see, it's the other way. Okay. I see what your problem is. Come down. Just relax. Okay. So yeah, I see what it is. Okay. So a little bit of more martial arts and yoga, but I'll show you what to do. Okay. First thing you got to start doing, get your feet a little bit further back, tabletop it. Put your hands out in front. Tabletop it. Get your feet where you can press them and then start to push them back, the toes, like hard. Yeah, so way harder than you think. Okay? And so it's through the heels. Okay? So now you're not trying to break bones or anything, you're just trying to push down. Okay? That's one aspect. The second aspect is the roll. Can you roll into this? Can you sit into here? Yeah. I'm gonna work with you. Give me a second on this one. Not even that. There's a whole technique here. Okay, crew? How we looking, feeling? Good? All right. I want to see everyone's group. I want one, just show me your routine. So we'll start with the boys. Boys, show me your routine. What did you guys come up with?
Do you want to do mine? Yeah. Okay, so it's down.
Yeah.
And then hands come out and feet kick back.
Yeah.
And then you just go down.
Yeah. Just lie it all down. Okay.
To go back, it's just up.
Yeah.
Then you go up.
Oh, wow, okay.
And then it's just.
Beautiful. Just bring it up. Nice. Super simple. Beautiful, brothers. Thank you. Ladies, what you got? Got the same one? Okay. Don't even need to see it. Ladies, anything different?
The only difference is, I think we kind of,
Okay, let's all watch this. This is important.
instead of moving our feet up, just go straight down and walking. And then
Okay, show again.
back up.
Oh, you just went right into it. Just pop, pop, pop. Yeah, beautiful. You crew? Yeah, that was the secret to the activity, because that's the yin.
If you distribute your weight, like if you're when you're down, if you're distributing all your weight into the front, it becomes a little more.
That's correct.
And so if you
Sit down.
if you was to like put more weight in the back,
Yeah,
just as a squat,
yeah,
and then
yeah. Drop down onto knees. Yep. 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 Yeah. Wow. I couldn't even time this better. This is the teaching of the lesson. Well done, Andrew. Yeah, so the secret with that activity was, again, there's no right or wrong, but what he clued into was that little extra piece, because for me, teaching this whole sequence, all the moves, all the asanas that were coming out from tabletop. Tabletop is like a Swiss Army knife for yoga. There's like 10,000 moves you can do from tabletop. Okay? And when you start studying yoga with me, I give you these like very important postures that you're like, oh, it's just tabletop. It's like, no. Tabletop is yeah, exactly. This is where you're gonna find everything. I don't know where to go next. Tabletop. Cat-cow them until you remember. Okay? Cat-cow them until you remember, if you're teaching. Right? If you're doing it yourself, you just hang out on tabletop. Right? These are funny jokes, but if you ever find yourself you're gonna hear my voice in your head, you're gonna be like, cat-cow, cat-cow. Okay? So the idea here is what I'm trying to share with you is like when you think as an elderly person. Now, of course, just the mere fact of going down. So the mere fact of going down, again, soften the knees, bend into it, relax, right? Is it the wisest thing to do this? No, the wisest thing would be to distribute the weight here. But then, is it the wisest thing to go all the way back? No, it would be to come forward. Okay, so let's all check this out. Watch, this is where you start to optimize movement, okay? So, take the forward fold. Not everyone can touch the ground, right? So without even touching the ground, watch. Sit your butt, and now come forward. Okay, now go backward, sit your butt, and come up. Okay, dangle. Okay, sit your butt down, come forward. I'm gonna get those toes. Okay, push back, right? Don't go all the way back. Forward fold, and come up. Now I want you to feel your spine. Hips forward, hips back, head down. Okay? Bend the knees, hips forward, sit down. Reach out in front, hips up to bring you forward. Did you feel that? When you lifted your butt, pushes you down. Okay? Walk your hands out in front. What's the best way to get down at this point? So this is where it gets funny. This is where it gets really interesting when it comes to yin. If it was my grandmother, I would teach it one way. If it was all of you, I'd teach it another way. But here's what I would do. If I wanted to take the softest way down, I would relax my feet. That's the first part, because I'm not going up, I'm going down. I would take one forearm, and I would take the other forearm, and I would stay here for a second. And you see, intuitively, what goes next? The arms or the legs? The legs, intuitively. One leg back, other leg back, and you lie down. Isn't that amazing? It's amazing. So now this is where I told you, like, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu took Japanese Jiu-Jitsu. The Brazilians took Japanese Jiu-Jitsu and made Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu by integrating it with yoga. This is a fact, okay? One of the Gracies wasn't as strong as his other brothers, so he was studying a lot of yoga. So the ground game in Japanese Jiu-Jitsu is very short and fast. Samurais, come down, arm-to-arm contact, done. The Brazilians stretched it out. So it became this like ground fighting, like snakes. Super cool, blah, 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 stormed the world. But its inspiration came from yoga because there was all these yoga postures, okay? So this, I can't claim came from yoga, even though it did come from yoga. But this, for me, came through the consciousness of yoga through studying jiu-jitsu, okay? And what this is I'm teaching you, is called framing. We don't use our muscles, we use our bones, okay? Bones are more yin, muscles are more yang. You can use your muscles, but you don't have to because you're yinsters, okay? Again, Alex could be ripped, doesn't want to be ripped. Why? I'm more of a yinster, right? This is the difference. So now, you're on the ground, okay? When you put your elbows underneath your shoulders, this is the short frame. You can hold this forever. 90 degrees, elbows down, okay? Even if you curl your toes, you can actually start lifting your hips up and down. This is a really good movement for you to learn, forward and back. Being able to move with your forearms. And we all know this posture, Sphinx. All right, stretching it out. Okay, so this is what I call short frame. Okay, long frame is when we stretch the arms. So again, we're down here. We don't still pop up into long frame. Elbows in, short frame, right? Then you're gonna
push back into long frame. When you push back into long frame, elbows bend, elbows bend, elbows bend, bring you forward. What I watch all of you. If I go forward, optimally, I get to here. What no one did was this next move. And then go down. You see the difference? Now bring yourself up. Elbows in, lift yourself up. One hand, back, back. Big light bulb moment, right? Okay, so they're coming now. That's like wave after wave of light bulb moments, okay? So the long frame is arm straight, like a stiff arm, okay? Whenever your arm is straight, that's the long frame. So even in more yang-like postures, with the arm straight, you have so much ability, and you're not using your muscles, you're using your bones. Where it gets confusing is if you stop extending and you kind of bend, then you're using your muscles, and your muscles are going to get, you can't handle it. It's too much weight, okay? So this is where you go into short frame. And I always say, it's like sword and shield. If I have a shield, I hold my shield out like this. And then once they ram me, my shield goes in like this, because it goes in like this, right? So it collapses. The idea is it stays here at 90 degrees. So the short frame is here for us, right? So if I teach old people, what I always say is, get your forearms down, and now what I want you to do is, I'm stuck here. No, you're not. Now let's get our knees. What do you mean my knees? Those things behind you. Bring your knees in. Then what do? I was like, what do you feel like doing? I feel like using my hands. Great. And now what do you feel like doing? I feel like I could curl my toes and push back. Great. And then what can I do? I can stand up. I could never get off the ground. Do you know how many people I've taken who could not literally get themselves off the ground just by teaching them like this? It's so intuitive. Once you get it, you got it. So here comes the test. Okay? Ready? Lie on your backs. Okay? This is fun though. There's no fail, there's no nothing. And you got to think outside the box now. Okay? I'm already giving you too many hints. Okay? Your yinsters, which means the shortest route is not always the best route. Okay? Remember that. The shortest route is not the best route, because that's yang. So you can take the long view. You can go slow. You don't have to rush. But if you put too much effort into this, you fail. You fail because you're using your youth or your masculinity or your sense of pride or whatever. But my 90-year-old nonna is suffering because you can't figure this out for yourself, okay? Because you are all hired to teach her, okay? So a little bit of a wild card. This is going to be a little tricky, but you got to think outside the box, but that's okay. I want you to go from here into stomach down. Yeah. Okay. Fantastic, but not that one, smarty. He's the smart kid in class. You know the one I'm talking about, the forward one. Right? How do you get to the one in front, the belly down one in front? Yeah, the grounded one. The face plant, we call it. Yeah, there you go, Eric. Try not to think too much. You can do a few rounds. Now you got to go from there and back, right? So feel it out a few times. From here to flip. Show her, sure. Wait. Yeah, this way, to. Yeah, sure. To that way. How would you do it? That's the way you would do it? I don't think so. No, I don't think she would do it that way. You would do it different. Yeah, pretend you're old. You can't butt slide.
Think hips, heart, head. Right? This is the basic anatomy of your spine. Everything comes from your spine. Your arms are going long frame, short frame. That's it. Good, Sue. Yeah, good. Feel the energy. Okay, I'll give you one more minute. Do it a few times, because again, this is changing already. I'm telling you, when you wake up tomorrow morning, you're gonna think about how you walk out of bed, how you get out of bed, how you walk to your bathroom, how you move around your kitchen. See that move? That might be gone for you in 20 years. I'm just kidding. You're doing yoga, you're gonna have it forever. That's the secret. If you guys are starting now, it's great. But some of the moves you're doing are definitely limited to who you are at this age. Not to my 90-year-old nonna who wants to study yin with you. And I told her you're the best because you were trained by me. It's okay. Talk with her, help her, sure. Okay, all right, ready? Okay. First, let's go around the room. Take a quick time. Yeah, I want to hear it. I want to hear the struggle. Yeah, Adam, exactly. The wild wizard. Tell me the struggle. Let's go through the struggle. Sue, you go first. What's the struggle about this?
Well, I can get this way okay safely and this way and
Yep.
up. And then I'm not really sure what to do now.
That's right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, right. Perfect, good. Stay there, that's perfect, I need that. That's a great segue for me.
So I was having trouble with getting to that point, so the side and
Yeah.
up is good, and then crossing the legs and rolling over the
Okay.
chin. That's what I struggle with.
Okay, good to know.
Does this have to be fast or can it get whatever?
And it doesn't, it's for my 90-year-old nonna, so you're gonna go really slow.
The easiest way and the easiest position is recovery position.
Yeah.
And flipping over, then inching yourself over slowly.
I don't know if nonna can do that, brother.
Nobody can do that.
I don't think so. I don't think nonna can do that. I don't think nonna would be like, oh, the Satan. I don't do that, you know? But dude, great. Because again, not wrong, just saying but 90-year-old nonna or a class full of people won't do it that way, okay? You too?
Okay, so transitioning up
Yeah.
by laying on your side and then propping
Yeah,
yourself up,
but then you had this kind of cool, what was that movie girls do? Yeah, let's see it. Watch this power slide. I watched it 3 times. Only the women did it. Power slide. Yeah, power slide. Power slide.
But that's what I'm saying. It's going from there to figure out a way to get on your.
Totally. So that's why I looked at you. I'm like way too yang. They're Power Ranger. Everyone, let's pop up. Power slide. Onto your bellies. But I loved it. I love watching it. Do you see what I'm doing as a teacher? Yes, good. It's so easy and yet it's so hard. Why? Why is it so hard?
Well, I just wanted to roll, like I thought, but then, yeah.
90-year-old nonna can't do it.
So then I was doing what Sue did.
Yeah.
But that's
Got stuck? Where'd you get stuck?
like here, and
Yeah.
this is like, how do you push?
Oh my goodness, and it's gonna be so funny when I tell you the answer, you guys are gonna die. Good, good.
Yeah,
Kelly, you already see it, right? Yeah, it's so funny.
I got to a similar point where I feel like pushing out the
Yeah.
one next to them. My move was like pivoting around.
Yeah, okay. Kind of like an Adam. We're going back into breakdancing a little bit, okay. But not far off. Yeah, no. Very cool, Andrew, I love it. It got good moves. Reza. I want to get it right. Raise the roof. Reza, yeah. It's still in my brain. Still goes. Reza.
I was able to get over my belly easily if my arm was up,
Okay, can you show us what were you doing?
but if somebody can't get their arm up,
No, it's okay. Just show us what you're doing.
bend your knees
Yeah.
and like lean over,
Yeah.
and then kind of lead with your left
Yeah,
arm like this,
okay.
and then using that arm push and kind of roll back.
But how do you get to the front of the room? You have to be this way.
You have to be
Oh, Okay. That's okay. That's what I say. In yoga, we don't have testing. What we do have, show me what you can do time. Again, this is the best. Again, rather than put you on the spot and you're performing, this is a much nicer way of doing it because, again, if you can laugh at yourself, you can be honest with yourself and understand it. But remember what I keep saying, simplicity is complicated understood. The more I make this easy, like again, even like with this place. Oh, why can't this male teacher teach exactly like you teach? I explained it, George explained it. We explained it the same way. The way we explained it is, they haven't had my life experience. The way that the box people see it is, but they're both 200-hour yoga teachers. So why doesn't it work? Why can't this person be this person if they're both, even if they both went to the same course, same program? And the reason is because the secret sauce to yoga is what you all just did, right? If you make it your own, which is what yoga is, then your yoga is going to be different than everyone else's yoga. And what Alex is telling you is that's okay. No other yoga will tell you that because their yoga is the best. My yoga is the best because my yoga allows everyone's yoga to be the best. And I'm cool with that. Everyone's the best. Yay, everyone wins. Okay? Because what's best for someone, and if they feel like something's better, they might pursue it. And if they don't, that's their karma, that's their dharma, that's where they stop. Okay? But at the end of the day, right, what's best for ourselves? What I'm teaching you here, it is what is best. If you can teach a 90-year-old, right, who doesn't speak any English, again, this is my many challenges when I've done this stuff, then you know what you're talking about, which is what they say. If you can teach Zen to a fisherman, not that fishermen are stupid, they're just simple people. But if you can teach something super complicated and academic to a fisherman, then you know what it is. If you can't, then you don't know, right? You don't know because you're trying to teach them, okay? So I'm not trying to teach you how to do this. You'll literally see it, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. Okay, ready? First thing, this is why we have yoga postures. Okay, ready? Shavasana. First thing I do, I bring my knees into my chest. What pose is this? Happy baby, or we just knees into chest, right? Happy baby would be, yep, right? No, that's okay. But again, right? Knees into chest. Then what would I do? I would roll over to one side or the other side, okay? Why wouldn't I just roll over?
It's the most comfortable position. It's how it was born. It's how we were all born. It's a safe position. People sleep in it. It's very relaxed. And if anyone's in distress, what do? We don't lie them on their backs, especially with alcohol. So people can puke on themselves and die of asphyxiation. What do we always do? Roll them on the recovery position on the side. So what do we do? Same exact laws of the jungle. Here we are, and we roll over. Okay? Now, we're in a rollover position. Okay? This is where some of you got stuck. Okay? You're in the rollover. So what move is this? What's this one called? Twist, lying down twist, lying down twist. Lying down and twisting, right? See how simple it is, guys? This is where you're like, oh my God, I know how to teach yoga. I got it. It always happens in my programs. It might happen today or next week, but all of a sudden you're like, I get all of it. Finally, it all makes sense. Okay? It's in the chest. That's why Alex teaches this move all the time and teaches derivatives of this move. Go to this side. What's this move? Oh, it's a twist. Okay, so now that we've twisted, what do? We come up. So how do we come up? What's the first thing it has to move? Well, I'm stuck here. So what does that move? What's Alex's favorite yoga posture? It's okay, second best friend. Okay? Deer pose. I'm in deer. It's his favorite yoga posture, right? Because when you're lying down here in fetal, how do you get up? A 90-year-old woman, how do you get her up? Honey, Take your top leg and bring it behind you. Oh dear, I don't know where my leg goes. Just put it behind you and then lift yourself up because you've created all this space to come up. That's it. So simple. Now that you have the space, now watch how many yoga postures I can do from here. I can do twists, then come down, forearms, all the way down. I can do half moon. I can do pigeon. I can do extended square. I can do just general hip. In jiu-jitsu, they do whole standing things where you can go into this whole standing thing from here. Okay? But this is magic. Once you realize these postures I'm telling you, these are the magic postures. Okay? So now we're here. Deer pose. How am I going forward? Okay? Well, I can't get myself forward, right? So how do I get myself forward? Right? Now, we don't have 90-year-old nonnas. So in class, what do I teach? And you all know it if you've been to my detox. That's right, Eric did it. Cross your ankles and come forward. It's pretty much safe for everyone. But if you were a 90-year-old nonna, that wouldn't be safe for you. So what would you do?
That leg, the left leg over.
She got it. But on the other side. So what you would do is, you would go back onto deer onto the other side, right? And then you would bring this arm back, bring your feet up, go back into deer on this side. It's that simple. I know, it's insane. No other move is gonna be better than this. This is as simple as you can get it. Now you're here. Now how does she go down? How do I get there, sonny boy? Well, here we go. We have our arms out. Does that feel comfortable? Yep, that feels comfortable. Do you think you can get this leg behind you? How am I gonna do that? Well, why don't we rest our arm down? Why don't we rest our arm down in our short frame and see if we can pull back and lie down. So when I come up, what's the most optimal way? Knee in, slide into deer, slide up, spin. Again, that's why I told you your spin-a-rooney wasn't wrong. But if you see it like, if I'm really emphasizing it's like deer pose, to deer pose, you see what I mean? So it's just a transition. It's not like, it's just one move to one move. It's not like a spin-a-rooney, right? And then from here, you could lie down, but that's a long way for an old lady, and that's a concussion if someone just lies down. So what do? Deer. Why don't we do this? This is awkward, dude. I'm ready for my photograph, right? That's what this imagines me like I'm tight, right? I'm loose, I'm relaxed. I go down, now I bring it in, bring it across, and I finish. It's that easy. But to get to that level of understanding, I want you to understand, like, this is why we have certain postures. And if someone can't go from lying to standing up, this is where I, not a yoga therapist, but as a yoga therapist, not a yoga therapist, but if I was, or talking to a friend or something, this is why I would pick on that certain thing with them, because that's where they're struggling, okay? So now I want you to try it now, okay? I'll call it out, lie on your back. Okay, lie on your back. Good, okay? I'll even slow it down one step further, okay? Bend knees, feet to floor. No, listen to my voice. Bend knees, feet to floor. Yeah, so start in Shavasana, back to Shavasana, okay? Listen to the cues. Bend knees, feet to floor. Beautiful. Knees, one at a time, raise up to left and right hand. Roll over onto your left side. Relax. Extend your right leg behind you And use your left hand and right hand to help you come up. Helping hands. Deer pose. From deer pose, extend your right hand behind you and your knees windshield wiper to the center. Bushta. Okay? From the windshield wiper position, not all the way, just to the middle, sorry, just to the middle, perfect. From this position, so you would swing it, yeah, you would intuitively swing it, yeah, perfect. From this position, there's two ways. We could do the cross method, but we're not going to. We're gonna go the old way. Deer pose to the other side, okay? Walk your hands over, right? And now deer pose one more time so your knee is facing me, okay? How do you get there? That's the shuffle, that's right. So, ready? You got it? Ready? So ready? Let's try it again. So you're here, hands behind you, flick the feet to the center, to the side, so to this side. Yeah, so your feet go to the side, Eric, all the way to the side. There it is, yeah, there. And then you flip the knee forward. Yeah. So to the side, that's it, yeah, exactly. You did it as one smooth transition, but it could be done like more blocky. And from here, hands in front, okay? Elbows down, lift the back leg, curl the toes, slide that other one back, and lie down. There it is. Okay, watch, we're doing it again. Forearms down, okay? Curl toes, lift, slide the left knee in front, and sit down on your hip. There you go, and lift and sit down on your hip. There you go, Eric. It's gonna take a little practice, but once you get it, you're gonna love it. Climb up, shift the feet to the side. Okay, once the feet are to the side, now we're going this way. Shift the feet forward, to the front, to me. Yeah, so when you got here, you can go deer pose here. Okay, don't worry, it'll take some time, but again, this is super sparse. From here, deer pose one more time. That's it. Lie down, bring your knees in towards your chest, fetal position. Good, knees into chest, rolling on your back. Soles of the feet to the floor. Extend one leg, extend the other leg. 5-pointed star. All right? So, you don't have to be the fastest. You don't have to be the quickest. Take your time. I want you to go from here to dangle. Go. Don't think, just do. Doesn't matter how fast you go. Just go with your natural rhythm. How do you get to dangle? The yin way. Of course, someone could just key up themselves up, hop on the spot. But how do we get there the yin way? Feel it out. Don't worry, I'm not watching. You just go on your own. Get stuck. Yeah. And once you get to dangle, right? Once you get to dangle, then bring yourself back down to lying down. It's okay, Tamila. You're doing great. You're doing great. Doing great. Yes. It's hard, eh? It's like Twister for your brain. Yes, Sue. Yes. Andrew, I think you're excelling top of the class in this one. This is totally your game, brother. It's methodical. It's move by move. It's just like sailing. It's move by move. You know what I mean? You got to be so in the moment. Don't think where you're going. Think one move at a time. Just remember, Nona can't do that.
No, we can't do this?
No, Nona can't do the lie back one. All right, crew, you can look at me. So the whole point of this is to show you guys that forget about teaching a yoga class. First, learning just how to literally go from lying to sitting to standing is going to be your own experience. And when you learn that, every every single yoga posture, yin yoga, yang yoga, all yoga, comes from 3 positions. Lying down, okay, sitting, and standing. The reason why, because these are the 3 positions you meditated. So all the movements are designed to have a pain-free body so you can either lie, sit, or stand at peace, which is the 7th, which is elongation, okay? So as we explore this consciousness, as we go from lying down to thing, what I want to continue to show you is the transitions, the tools. When it came to this one, I'm lying. I could just hop up and right down, right? Very yang, okay? So the idea here is 90-year-old Nana can't do that, so what do? Do we make, like most people in yoga, do we just make them do our yoga, right? That was the one thing most of you really liked about my classes. People really like about Kelly's classes. And you only have to experience it once to know what we're talking about, okay? This is important. And that's why I'm putting this into you today, because again, once you get hips, heart, head, it comes with lying down, sitting, and standing. So first the hips, then the heart, then the head. Hips. Okay. Now, I'll do the fast way, because the fast way is heart. Heart. And ready? Head. Generally in a pattern of 3. Yeah, thank you. Okay? So it's just about becoming aware, awake, understanding like how it rolls and how to use the energy, bending, twisting without breaking the rules. Okay? Do you need to go that slow? Like, yeah, the cross-leg method seems a little overkill to do all the, but it wasn't wrong when Adam did his spinneroonie or when Andrew did his spinneroonie. It wasn't wrong. It's just like, guys, all these yoga practices, all these yoga postures we're learning are just teaching us how to move our bodies. And the reason why we have pain and congestion and soreness is because we haven't been moving our body a certain way. 99 times out of 100, the reason why this thing hurts or that thing hurts is because we're constantly in a position that is opposite to that thing. So watch. Sue, what's your biggest problem?
My hip.
What's wrong with your hip?
Well, like the muscle clenches up.
So it doesn't open like this?
That's right, yeah.
And what do you do for a living?
Painter.
You paint. So how do you paint? Show me your painting position.
Like, I'm always like this.
Oh, you're always like this, right? So if I was to open up Sue's hip, what do you think I'm going to do for her? I'm going to lie her down on a bolster, put a bolster under her hips, open up her knees, and do the exact opposite of standing and curling over. I'm going to get her to lie down and open up. What's your biggest problem?
My feet.
Your feet. So Eric, what do you do for a living?
Construction.
Construction. So guess who's on his feet all day? But guess what he is wearing? Yeah, work boots, the worst things on the planet. So his feet have now almost become stiff. We're going to catch it before it does. So they almost become stiff because he's in these boots all day, okay? So what does he have to do? No, he needs to not wear shoes on the work site. Yeah, exactly. And he can't do his job that way. So he's one of those people who's stuck. He's stuck in the thing There's no outcome for him. So now most people just give up and they just drink it away. Thank God for him. He's like, I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna learn from the master. Here's the master. Dude, when you get home at night, you're gonna take off your work boots and you're gonna curl your toes.
That's what I've been doing.
Yeah.
It's actually a lot better than it was.
100%. You're gonna curl your toes and you're gonna start pushing your big old hips back into your toes. And it's gonna hurt like hell. And it's gonna hurt like hell. And it's gonna hurt like hell. Until one day, you're gonna be able to hold this for 5 minutes. It's not gonna hurt like hell. And when that happens, you're gonna lift up. Now you're gonna hang out here. And you're gonna do this for 5 minutes. It's gonna hurt like hell. It's gonna hurt like hell. It's gonna hurt like hell. And then that's gonna be your next stage. And after you do that, you're gonna lift yourself up onto your toes, and you're gonna push back into your heels and come up onto your toes. Push back into your heels and come back into your toes. Because the problem's not just here, it's the whole line. And it's going all the way into his back. So it's step by step. You do the toe, and then you do the ankle, and then you do the knee, and then you do the hip, and you just keep working up the line. But guess where it goes to? Hip, heart, head. Every time. Every fucking time. It's a pattern. Why? Because we're whole. We're whole. Okay? So thank you for being my examples. I don't need to go through the whole room like, did Sam leave? I missed that. Okay. My apologies. Okay. Yeah, okay. I was really into that. Okay. Yeah, that was great. So that's cool. So this is the thing about transitions. They're very, very special. And they work really, really well in the consciousness. So now, I want you to lie down, okay? I want you to lie down. And what I want you to do lying down is I want you to show me a posture you would do for your hips, okay? Just show me a posture you would do for your hips. It can be any posture you want. What would you do for your hips? You want to loosen up your hips. What would you do? What? Don't overthink it. You're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. Everyone's right, okay? Now show me something you'd do for your heart. What would you do to open up your heart here? You can do anything you want. You're just lying down. Sky's the limit. Lying down, heart opener. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. There you go. Absolutely beautiful. Are you doing mantras for your heart? Because I would say this would be more for head, unless you had a bolster behind you. If you had a bolster behind you, come up. If you did it this way, that's for your heart. Right, yeah. If you did it that way, that would be more for your head. This one, for your heart. That's what you do for your heart? Okay. This feels nice for your heart? Beautiful. Okay. So again, what I would say to the two of you is the same thing I said to Adam. I would put the bolster behind us. So lift up. If you put the bolster behind it, and now it's for your heart. Right? See the difference? That's for your heart. Right? Okay. Now, I want you to scramble that. I want you to sit up. Start in a tabletop position. You have everything at your disposal, okay? So when it comes to this, when I say sitting, sitting is a loose word. It also involves kneeling, right? Sitting and kneeling are the same thing. So I want you to show me something for your hips. Do something for your hips. Something that's gonna affect your hip. Beautiful. Anything you want, just intuitive. Beautiful, good, awesome. Everyone's a gold star. Awesome, good, reset. Okay, now I want you to show me something for your heart. Good, a little bit more tricky, right? Good, good. Okay, so Ashley. You have it. You have it. Right? Good. Right? Great. Amazing. You see what we're starting to do? See how we're starting to understand the consciousness of what we're doing? Okay? When it comes to what you're doing, there's no hard lines. If you show me a back bend, like if you were to do Sphinx, none of you did it, but if one of you were to do this, of course it's for your heart, right? Again, it's not hard lines, but it's also for your hips, right? My hips are pushing down. My heart is opening up, right? So again, it's not hard lines. It's just more along the lines of, if you're doing child's pose, yeah, that's for your hips. But like I showed Ashley, but if you bring the arm this way and lie down in Anahata twist, now you're doing it for the heart, because that's what's stretching in here, right? Or you go child's pose and just literally go over to the left or the right, right? This is for the hips, but now this is for the heart, because now you just stretch it to the side. You see what I'm saying? Small, tiny movements that carry it through. It's just for your consciousness. Once you start realizing what it all is about. And then the reset is always the head, which is give them time in meditation, which is, there's 3 poses for meditation. What are they? That's right. Lying, sitting, and standing. Why can't I meditate like this? Focusing on holding the posture, right? When I'm meditating, the posture is supposed to make me pain-free so I can meditate. So how can I be meditating when I'm putting myself into doing it? Doesn't make sense. And that's why I've always had strong arguments with people who are like, but I'm meditating, man, I'm a chef, and that's my meditation. It's like, no, that's meditative. It's a very high level of concentration. But dude, you wouldn't want to go into a state of meditation while cooking with knives and fire and stuff, because you'd be gone. It's like my India story. And what do you mean breakfast? It's been an hour and a half. What? You know, it's like you're gone. You checked out. That's why they don't say don't do mala while you drive. I remember the first time I did that one, off the road. Whoa, what happened, right? Hariyom. Missed my flight, you know? Mine, gone. What day is it today? Huh? What's happening, right? It's a symptom, right? When you leave the mind, there's no time anymore. There's no space, right? So everything just becomes one. Because the thing that is separating it all is not there, right? The mind is what separates the whole thing. The Buddha said, separation, what? The mind is suffering, and the mind creates separation. So basically, all that is separate is what causes us to suffer. Absolutely.
How would you separate like dissociation from meditation?
Yeah. So it's a very good question. So disassociation, you wouldn't be objectively being present. So when you disassociate, it's not about being in the present moment. It's actually about going into whatever, coma, unconscious, delta, right? It has nothing to do with being present, all right? So disassociate, and again, love disassociating. It's fantastic. But they call it decentering too. It's the same phenomenon. It's like, love it, it's awesome. I get to separate myself from all this stuff that's in front of me. Trauma response. Oh, I'm going into trauma, I'm just gonna separate myself from all this. Oh, this is just my body, and I'm whoop, all over here, somewhere else, right? So you see, not present, okay? The meditative state is about being present. So it is like a disassociation, but it's such a disassociation that until you've like really understood what the present moment is, how do I express this to you with words? When you experience the present moment, you're present. You have a presence. When you're disassociating, there's no presence, right? It's almost like, you see what I mean? It's low vibration. When you're present, it's not high or low vibration. It's just like the vibration. And it's like balance. Like you can only stay present as long as you can stay on one foot. So again, I was in that state until I got knocked on the shoulder. If I didn't get knocked on the shoulder, when would I have came out of it? I don't know, maybe when I had to pee. Maybe when I heard a monkey jump on the roof, you know? Who knows when it would happen? Yeah.
So when we had the lights off and everything, people were going, like I was in the meditative state for a while, like I felt like I could presently hear all those sounds and they were affecting me, but I like couldn't. It felt more like hypnosis almost, or some meditation from that. Is that how you describe it almost?
So this is where, okay, so this is where for the Western mind it gets really hard, so I'm not gonna overdo it, but I'll do my best to keep it as simple as possible. There's concentration, which is all about single pointedness, which is the highest state. So even when you start discussing your hearing sounds, that's not a meditative state, okay? But as Westerners, we call all these things, we just use, like, it's like a platitude. We just use the word, but we don't really know what the word is. Again, I'm fine with it. I hear people throwing around. I'm not gonna change, you know, it's not like a thing. But if you're asking, this is what it is. Concentration, concentration, concentration. Why? Because there's still a point of interest. And you are the interester. And you have not yet realized that the interester is interested in what you just said. So your object is not on yourself, your object is on the bowls. Until the bowls become yourself, you're still in separation. But you are getting there, let's say. So he's listening to the bowls, and then all of a sudden, he becomes the bowl.
Well, like my hands would like twitch and stuff.
Sure, but maybe it gets so magical or energizing that you know, again, you're not hearing the bowls, you're just the vibration. Again, I'm trying to use words to explain something that doesn't have a word, like it's wordless, because there's no label at that point, right? So it's like, it's just awareness. So then it would be like, oh, I'm meditating. The moment you know you're meditating, you're not meditating, right? So it's like I always say, it's the magical castle of now. You can wander and walk about, but it's so very thin. As soon as you've gone, then you've been, and as soon as you're in, you're out. So the moment you're like, I'm in the magical castle, you're out. Because you're just identified with the magical castle, and you can't, because the moment you do that, the identification kicks you out. So you have to stay in a state of non-identification, which she said disassociation. No, disassociation is different. Disassociation is, there's the present moment, and here's where I want to be. I want to be over here. Meditation is, I'm actively engaged in the present moment, and I'm being, and nothing is disrupting me. Even a disruption, I just go with the disruption, because I am everything. So then you would ask yourself, well, what's the highest place? Well, then someone could just come up and kill you, and it's like, yeah, absolutely, you'd be fine with that too. But it will never happen, because that's just fear. Thinking that's going to happen when it will never happen is just another disruption. So you see how it starts to go? That's why they start to get very clear, and that's why they have to remove themselves. And that's why they don't take on students, because it's too hard to teach. So it's a lot, again. That's why there was this whole vetting process in the beginning, because you know, people think they want this, but they don't really want this. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But it's not a lot of work, because once you understand what it is, oh, it was so easy. You know, it's like, it's this weird thing. And it was one of our friends who came, and she said, teacher told her, on the way to the great way, preferences is what makes it hard. But the way is easy. But if you have preferences, it's hard. So the moment you start walking the path with preferences, the path becomes very hard for you. But if you walk the path without preferences, it's very easy. You'll find the way right away. And if you understand what I'm saying to you right now, you get it. But it's also really hard to understand what I'm saying to you right now, and I know that. So this one will need to settle, you know? So anyone else have any questions about this? Okay, I'm gonna lead you into a meditation. Let's take 5 minutes, pee, chill, relax. That was really, really good, great questioning. And then I'm gonna make sure you're all snug and safe and sound. That was beautiful. And I have a feeling I want every movement now to be thinking, you know, what am I doing? Moving my leg, going here, what am I doing here? How do I get up fast? Again, I can teach you all sorts of ways how to move and groove your body super fast. That's what martial arts is. But it was built off of yoga. The yogis were the ones that knew it posture by posture. The martial artists put it into a fast-moving sequence. You like that lecture? You did, didn't you? Coney likes. This one? That's nice. Is it still hot in here? I don't know. Let's make it though. Great one, Ashley.
Love it.
Got a couple light bulb moments in there. Light bulb. Dude, great question. Dude, more of these questions. Me and you. Love them. That's it, yogis. So just relaxing back. And again, realizing a couple things. One, when we come back from break, we're in an automatic breath. But we want to cultivate a yin-oriented focus, right? This is a yin yoga program. We all love yin yoga. We're all into this whole idea of being slow and deeper. We support the tortoise, not the hare, because we were all the hare once in our life, and it didn't work for us. So now we're realizing this other way. Not that that way isn't as powerful, it is, and equal. But they have a spiritual saying, you can't serve two masters. And that's okay too. Some people try, I've tried. But you learn through the experience that sometimes you just have to commit to the path that you're on. And right now, we are all on the path of yin yoga. And so if you can accept this, let's take a deep breath in and exhale, sigh out anything that stands in your way. What can make you live more yinfully? Deep breath in. And just exhale, sigh it out. Sigh out those work boots. Sigh out the fact that you have to make money. Sigh out the fact that you have a family. Sigh out the fact, anything that stands in your way. And if it doesn't stand in your way, you don't have to sigh it out because it won't come out of you, right? Because there's no extra pressure. But we all have pressure. Sigh it out until you can't sigh it out anymore. And why do we do this? Right? Because we're extending the exhale. We're stimulating our parasympathetic system to turn on. So deep breath in through nose, long and strong through mouth. And start turning on this system. Deep breath in. Deeper breath out. In through nose. And long and strong through mouth. And the longer you exhale, the more you start turning the system on. Take all the time you need. Stop at the top of the breath. Stop at the bottom of the breath. Just bring all your attention to exhaling all the air out of the lungs and the breath out of the body. And again, when you can do this, you're going to put yourself into a state. What's that state? Rest, chill, yin, relaxed. Try and imagine that you're extending that breath further and further past this place into outer space, like a photon, because we are light. And you're sending this energy all the way through, because photons can go right through the ceiling, right through the building, right through the clouds, and out into the stars, like a blow dart. Send your energy all the way up. Put your effort on sending yourself as far as you can take yourself. Reach your spiritual boundary. Exhaust yourself. Make yourself tired of stimulating yourself to be tired. Remember, we are putting ourselves in this way. We're not trying to go up, we're trying to go down. Going up is a different way. We're here for yin. Yin is down. And for those who learn how to go down properly, it's very easy to go up. Learning how to regulate the energy, how to call it forth. And you're just going to keep cultivating this exhale longer and longer and longer until you forget to do it. That's where I've had my biggest successes teaching people meditation. I just give them the breath as object, and I say, just keep doing it until you forget to do it. And they go, when will that happen? I go, I don't know, but I'll be here with you doing it as long as I can do it till I forget. And you just keep doing it over and over again. Don't think of anything else. Just take the breath as object and you ride it out. And you're sending it all the way out into outer space. And you just keep doing this. And you keep doing this until you don't realize you're doing this. Because something else starts to kick in at that point. And trust me, you can't do it forever. Because guess what? We can't do anything forever. So if you do this long enough, you'll get there. It works every time. They'll put you to sleep. You can do anything because it's the will to no will. It's the let go. just keep focusing on that strong exhale. And the longer and stronger you make that exhale, the sooner and quicker you're not going to be thinking about it. It takes time. And although that seems like a contradiction, it's not. So just keep sending that energy out, cultivating the yin mindset. Right? What is yin energy? Yin energy is long and strong. It's deep. It's in no rush. It's in no worry. You get it today, great. You don't, no problem. Tomorrow, 10,000 years, it's all good. The yin can wait. The yin can be patient. The yin can chill. The yin is grounded. It doesn't seek results. It is the result. Because the yin knows it is the seed. And the yang is the fruit. Can you have a fruit without a seed? Can you have a seed without a fruit? Which came first, the seed or the fruit? Which came first, the chicken or the egg? And when you stop thinking about things, and you focus on the breathing, longer and longer, stronger and stronger, sending it out into the universe, you'll start to surrender. And what we call the ego, right, is our amigo. So we don't have a problem with our ego. But we do have a problem with our minds. But our problem with our minds is the same problem we have with time. It's not a thing that we don't like or thing, it's just what it is. Time is time, mind is time. We have to live with it. It exists. So how is the best way to cultivate a relationship with it? When I want something, when I can't do something, when I'm this, when I'm that. How can I stay in a state of awareness through the yin that will allow me to understand it's not something I do. I don't need to do anything. It's something I am. Just keep breathing until the breath is the object. You are the breath. You think you're breathing in and out through your nose and your mouth. What you don't realize you're doing is that you are being fed. Like a fish is fed water, you are being fed air. And you cannot escape it. So take a deep breath in and fill yourself with air. Hold. Fill yourself with air. Feel it. Good or bad. We're not in the business of good or bad. It doesn't matter. Just feel it. What does it feel like? Filled with air. Now I want you to make the choice to release it. Let the air out and hold it out. Let it out. And hold it out. How long can you hold it out for? How long can you hold it out for before you have to hold it in? Watch what happens. How long can you hold it out for before you have to bring it back in? How long can you hold it out for before you have to call it back in? How long can you hold it out for before you call it back in? How long can you hold it out for before you call it back in? How long can you hold it out for before you call it back in? That's it. That's it. Okay? That's a spiritual experience. That's a spiritual experience. Yeah? That's a spiritual experience. Good. Okay? Get it? Got it? Good. Spirit. Breath. Who am I? Who are you? Who are we? What is yoga? Why do we do this? What's the point? What's the purpose? What's the meaning? What's the message? Is it to be famous? Is it to be liked? Is it to be loved? To receive accolades, treasures, powers? What's the purpose? What's the meaning? What's the whole thing? And why do we approach it this way, through the lens of yin? You're telling me I can chill, be still, and things can come to me? Absolutely, because the other suggestion is absolutely true too. And if you can hold in your mind both at the same time, you've achieved it. If you can hold both in your mind at the same time, you've achieved it. Two opposing views, two opposing thoughts, two opposing things. Because what happens when the immovable object meets the unstoppable force? What happens when this person being right and this person being right meet each other and they're both right? How do we cultivate space? How do we take the yin way? How do we surrender? Just feeling that energy. Awake to your waking. Alive to your living. They're big concepts, big ideas. But they're all here. They're all you. As big as they are, they can be small. As powerful as they are, they can be powerless. Can you understand both? Not just one or the other. When that happens, there's peace. There's peace. At our heart center, focusing on the message today, the meaning. I showed you how to be optimal. I showed you that every posture exists in the yoga world exists because we're transitioning through these three states: lying down, sitting, and standing. We're which means everything we do is yoga. We go from lying down to sitting and standing all day long. And all day long, all of you will be able to do yoga. That's why you're my yin stars. You're connected. That's why Alex does yoga all day. We're connected now. You now know what it is. You have it for yourself. You've been gifted it. It's been shared. There are no secrets. What I know, you have experienced. And from that, you know what this is. Don't need words. It's just direct. The more time we spend in that space, the better. Because that's the investment in ourselves. With that, I want to say Shanti, 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 peace, 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 and all that you see, are, and be. The light in me sees, shares, acknowledges the light in each of you, grounded in gratitude, in love, with love, and through love for this beautiful practice we just shared. Thank you to Kelly. Thank you to Paula. Thank you to Atreyu. Thank you to everyone in the room. Happy Thanksgiving. Namaste.